Hi, guys. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the late show. This is your host, Lord Hellespont V, live from Los Angeles, with you again for another night of Watch Talk for your daily, nightly dose of Watch Talk. We're going to start right away with a couple of interesting developments, another new release, first of all, but um, an interesting thread, really. Once again, there's a certain hype that every brand seems to feel like they need to follow, that every collaboration comes up with. Some of it has distinct inspirations and tell a good story about it. Some of them just think it's a cool color, I guess, and they just think it makes sense. So in this case, what I have in mind is, of course, the new Hodinkee Zenith collaboration, which, contrary to my guess, actually ended up being another El Primero, another chronograph, namely a Chronomaster original with an entirely unoriginal dial color at this point, which is, of course, salmon. So let's check that out and let's start talking about the new release. So this is basically going to be a limited edition that they have already available in their shop, unless they're already sold out. I don't know. I didn't really check. But as you can see, it's of course the legendary chronograph caliber, one of the first integrated automatic chronograph movements in the entire world, the 400 El Primero, the high beat caliber that powers still this generation of Zenith chronographs, um, and with a different dial color. That's it. The quintessential Zenith chronograph from the late 1960s has evolved with an eye toward the future. I guess that's why you took a vintage inspired classic dial color to present that future. Let's go on. Featuring Zenith's newest movement and classic design inspiration, it's a subtle take on the iconic El Primero. And it's priced almost at $10,000, which is interesting. Because obviously, um, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna compare it to prices on the secondary market, of course. But as far as I know, the Chronomasters are a little cheaper than that, no? Aren't they around 9,000? Oh no, that's the model without the bracelet apparently. All right, so I guess there was a price increase, and that is a 9,500 at least. At least, guys, there's no premium. They say we're incredibly excited to announce that Hodinkee has once again collaborated with Zenith on the legendary and always evolving Zenith El Primero. This shouldn't really come off as a surprise. I mention this all the time. They really don't, except for some fine print, probably at the very end of the article, at the very bottom, which might be even absent in this particular case. I haven't seen it, but feel free to bring it to my attention. They're actually owned, at least in part, by the same company, right? Because Zenith or Zenith is owned by LVMH, among some other watch companies, right? Like Bulgari, like Tag Heuer, like Chaumet, which is of course a jeweler but makes a lot of watches. Um, but there's no mention of that. So I guess we are supposed to marvel about the fact that um, Zenith and Hodinkee collaborate so often. While our last creation with Zenith honored a horological deep cut from the past, this time we are celebrating the modern context of Zenith's legacy as a watchmaker as we introduce the first ever limited edition in the new Chronomaster original lineup. Say hello to my little friend, Zenith Chronomaster original limited edition for Hodinkee. Interesting. Inspired by the past, reimagined for today. There's a lot of, yeah, the dial color might be pink, but the prose is dyed in purple. Inspired by the past, reimagined for today. When we sat down with the team at Zenith nearly 2 years ago, it took them 2 years, guys, to come up with this very original idea of putting a pink dial color on a watch. Nearly 2 years ago, we knew we wanted to create a watch which carefully captured everything we love about Zenith and the El Primero. The design of the Zenith Chronomaster Original Limited Edition for Hodinkee is rooted in Zenith's rich history. The first El Primero was born in the late 1960s, 68, a brash and tumultuous era for watches. Its very name means the first. No kidding. And the El Primero since has become an enduring icon of chronograph design and engineering that has been respectfully reinterpreted over the last half century. The original El Primero didn't just feature the best automatic chronograph movement of its time, and we know the history, of course, right before Rolex came up with its own in-house caliber in 4130 in year 2000. For about a dozen years, the automatic Daytona Rolex Cosmograph Daytonas were actually powered by a version of the Zenith El Primero movement, namely the 4030. It didn't only feature the best automatic chronograph movement of its time. This is the original El Primero. It also had one of the most subtle, comfortable, and well proportioned cases of the era, and a dial design that still feels fresh. With the Zenith Chronomaster original, no, 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 all of this history is accounted for. What does that mean? It's in the wrist hugging comfort, the angularity of the lugs, and the classic tricolored subdials. All of these elements come together to form a modern chronograph that pushes the storied El Primero caliber into a brand new era. I mean, I don't know, I'm a little puzzled, honestly. Um, so ultimately, the only thing they really came up with for this particular watch is a new dial color, and it took them 2 years to do that. The Zenith Chronomaster Original Limited Edition for Hodinkee is a confident evolution of an unimpeachable classic. The Zenith Chronomaster Original Limited Edition for Hodinkee is available as a 300-piece limited edition for 9,500 through the Hodinkee shop and Zenith's own Chronomaster that e-commerce platform. So let's check it out. Is it sold out? It is sold out already. Great. At least they were able to sell those 300 examples. One thing I don't understand, I get that this tricolor scheme for the subdials for the three registers is traditional, but does it always have to be there? I mean, for me, it's really the same kind of problem I always have with Tudor's snowflake hands, right? Do they always have to be there? Can't it be just this particular shade of gray, for example, or maybe the darker one they also chose for the chapter ring. Why not? Honestly, I don't know, but why not? It's just an innocent question, right? Why couldn't we have an El Primero with uniform color for its subdials? If you really want to do something different, and if you really want to do something that represents a past, why not go with something that is more classical, right? Maybe go with something with two registers. But no, you just want to milk people and create some sort of hype with another dial color, pure and simple. Nothing more, nothing less. All right, a new icon. The task of evolving a classic design is both daunting and exciting. We, we, we wanted to make sure that our collaboration brought out the best of Zenith and what made us fall in love with the brand in the first place. I can think of 40 million different reasons for you to fall in love with the brand, but let's just continue. This is where the perfectly sized 38 millimeter times 12.6 millimeter case of the Chronomaster original came in, right? So this is of course similar to the dimensions, unsurprisingly, of the Rolex Daytona, right? 38 millimeters in case diameter and 12.6 millimeters of thickness. Introduced in 2021, the Chronomaster original instantly recalls the original Zenith A386 of 1969 with both updates that ensure both modernity and the lovely fine finishing. The Chronomaster original retains the versatility of the original El Primero silhouette, all the while feeling modern and luxurious. All right. We began our design process by outfitting our limited edition with a matte salmon opaline dial. All right. And it kind of ended there, I feel like, but let's continue. Providing a dynamic and warm backdrop for the classic Zenith dial configuration, featuring a trio of overlapping galvanic subdials awash in complementary shades of gray and silver. This latest creation looks very much the sibling of our original Zenith collaboration, replete with our usual touch of gray. And we can take a look at that original collaboration as well. The watch offers a delightfully unexpected moment of color. It's a playful take on the A386 that ensures this latest collaboration has a unique presence. So, all these elements that always existed in Zenith Chronomaster original, um, I guess it's a nice touch that they at least matched color on the date disc, especially when they're going with this peculiar, but at this point in time, pretty usual dial color. I mean, we have just last week discussed another collaboration between a watch brand and horological magazine, namely the Parmigiani Fleurier Tonda PF, that was released in collaboration with Revolution Watch, and that also had a Salmon dial. At least in that case, they had some fancy story to tell about sunset in Venice and had a name to give to the watch, rather than calling it blah, 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 limited edition for Revolution Watch. Matching the tone of the subdials, we have traded the iconic red chronograph seconds hand for one in white, which nicely connects with the filled hands and indexes. In a similar fashion, the gray of the 3 o'clock subdial is also used for the surrounding tachymeter scale. We carried the galvanic gray of the 3 o'clock subdial onto the 10-second track, a matching salmon base for the surrounding 1/10 of a second scale. The two measures are used together for displays this watch signature 1/10 of a second accuracy with ease. As the seconds hand makes one lap of the dial every 10 seconds, the measure, even to a fraction of a second, is easy to read as the movement is to use. All right. The 4.5 o'clock date window is an essential feature of the original El Primero design. I think it sticks out like a sore thumb usually, but hey, I guess it is an essential feature. I guess it belongs there, and one that Zenith continues to this day. We preserve the date window while matching the date wheel to the color of the dial. Love it or hate it. Thanks, I hate it. The date window is one of the most useful features on any watch, and we took care to optimize its harmony with the dial. Easy on the eyes, functional on the wrist, and uniquely El Primero. The case and the dial are enclosed with a raised sapphire crystal that calls to mind the acrylic lenses found on vintage El Primeros like the A386. All right, I can get behind that. Flanked by familiar piston pushers and brushed lugs, the case is met by a tapered bracelet with polished center links, outer links with polished edges, and a folding clasp to ensure the look and feel of a thoroughly modern high-performance sports watch. The Zenith Chronomaster Original Limited Edition for Hodinkee combines classic style, modern proportions, and exceptional watchmaking into an approachable, distinctive, and contemporary package. It must have been, I mean, I do commend my colleague for writing this piece because it must have been very difficult to produce something this long about what is essentially and only a new dial color. It's good work. It's really good work. And of course, this is the highlight of the watch. It deserves mention, of course, the latest El Primero caliber 3600, housed inside the 38 millimeter case and entirely visible through the sapphire case back, sits the Zenith El Primero automatic caliber 3600 movement. The caliber 3600 shares the same high beat rates and column wheel design that has defined El Primero since its inception, along with the modern technical enhancements that provide smooth running and reliability for today's collectors. Oops, I didn't realize that. Hmm. Its signature feature is all about getting the most from the movement's high beat heart rate. The faster the rate, the finer the resolution of each passing second. In a delightfully uncommon manner, the chronograph seconds hand traverses the dial once every 10 seconds or 6 times per minute. Thanks to a reimagining of the El Primero architecture, the caliber 3600 runs the chronograph directly off of its high-tech silicon escape wheel rather than drive the chronograph via the movement's fourth wheel as the original caliber 400 did. And they have a little bit of a copy there about the history of Zenith and El Primero, which I'm assuming is, again, mostly familiar to people who watch this channel. And we have just mentioned it, right? It was one of the first integrated automatic chronograph movements. Really a great achievement in its time. Proudly calls itself El Primero, right? Spanish for the first. And quite frankly, I do like automatic chronograph movements, not only because of what they achieved and accomplished in terms of advancing horological technology, but also because they made it possible for hand-wound chronographs to be reimagined in high horological fashion, right? Taking advantage of the lack of a rotor, right? And essentially showing off the kind of handwork and hand finishing that goes into the making of those calibers, into the completion of every single piece of those calibers. So um, basically, the achievement of an automatic chronograph caliber hints both to the past and to the future of horology, both in heralding um, high beat precision for chronograph watches, so ultimately allowing them to perform what was their intended function even better, but also opening way for a reimagination of the hand wound chronograph, of manual chronograph calibers as works of high horology. So, and Zenith with El Primero was very much part of that giant step in watchmaking. So, what do we essentially think about this particular piece? Would you buy it? Did you buy it since it is already sold out? Do you think it makes any real sense to have a salmon dial color on a Zenith chronograph? Um, do you think it makes sense to have any unusual dial color at all for the Zenith El Primero? Uh, are they running out of ideas? I've spoken on this before, and I think at some point I don't want to blame watchmakers and watch brands. I don't want to single out um, the world of horology as if they are singularly responsible for a lack of imagination in society. I've said this before. You look at movies, for example. Everything is a remake, reboot, sequel, prequel, cinematic universe this, metaverse that. And ultimately, really, the world lacks new ways of looking at itself. Our world, our cultural world, our culture lacks fresh eyes to look at itself. All we seem to be doing at this moment in time, at this moment of history, seems to be simply reiterating, reproducing, and worse yet, regurgitating what has already been done numerous times over in the 20th century. So um, I'm 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 not surprised or even disappointed by this particular release, but I was hoping that they would come up with something different. And again, they had themselves to compete with, first of all, right? Because as they mentioned, and as I have mentioned, for obvious reasons, they had collaborated with Zenith before, and that was also an El Primero model. But at least that displayed some measure of imagination, some measure of creativity, right? And I think this is really the kind of watch that could have done well with a salmon dial, um, but that wasn't it, right? This was the one they did with that slate gray starburst dial with leaf or feuille hands, kind of a monochromatic aesthetic, uh, two register layout for the chronograph. I think this was a more original, more imaginative piece. Too bad that was simply released in 25 pieces. I thought that was a cool piece. I thought that was something different. This one just strikes me as a little unimaginative and just very much repeating what Zenith already has in its catalog. Junior Johnson, thank you, man. Thanks for dropping by. As usual, stop by to say hello and upvote. Man, it matters a great deal. So thank you for doing that. I really do appreciate it. That came and went. Um, I have earlier today made a couple of things. I finally put together the video I had promised on new Seiko 5 GMT. So let me share a link for that. I specifically chose to examine it from the lens of the dearly departed SKX line, which was very important to me and still remains very important to me in terms of uh, really getting me excited about watches at every price segment and really reigniting my connection to Seiko as a brand. So I'm going to share that with you. And the question I had in mind was um, whether the Seiko 5 GMT series were worthy successors to the SKX that were discontinued about 4 years ago now. So I'll just go ahead and play that video for you. I did copy the link as well, but I guess it makes sense that I would play it. And I will join you guys in a second. Seiko 5. Five core principles that embody Seiko's modus operandi in building an entry-level watch. Though Seiko is often cast as the villain in the origin story of today's mechanical watch industry, for over 50 years, especially with the Seiko 5, they have also managed to generate enormous excitement for mechanical timepieces among the broadest possible group of people. Let's take a look at the new Seiko 5 Sports GMT series and see whether they can carry this wide-ranging and widespread excitement forward into a new era. Oscar Wilde has once said that fashion is so insufferable that we have to alter it every 6 months. At a time in history when fashions seem to change even more frequently and where wristwatches seem to be just as prone to the vagaries of fashion, the dearly departed SKX line had quite an impressive run from 1996 to 2018 that spanned almost a quarter century. And what a glorious reign it was that coincided with the emergence and ascendance of the global internet based community around watches. Even though there was also a mid sized option in SKX 013 with a 42 millimeter case diameter and a lug to lug measurement of 46, the hugely popular models of SKX 007 and SKX 009 were almost universally wearable for everyone and for more than one occasion. Priced for most of their existence at or around 200 US dollars, the SKX 007 and SKX 009, the former with its nearly all black aesthetic with a single line of orange writing at 6 o'clock, and the latter with a blue red bezel insert and a dark blue dial, both presented an incredible value proposition as entry level ISO compliant dive watches, which was disproportionate to the sheer enjoyment and pleasure we derived from talking about them online and in the streets. After all, coming across an SKX on the street was basically a fail-safe method of spotting a watch person, styling them with a variety of rubber bands, NATO straps, aftermarket bracelets, and simply wearing them, enjoying them. The unadorned simplicity of the watch face, the absolute lack of any surrounds or framing for its large lume plots and bilingual day date indicator, combines well with the utilitarianism of its 120 click bezel and the placement of the crown at 4 o'clock to express the aesthetics of a vintage tool watch that goes beyond a mere nostalgic nod. All of this makes it impossible to deny what we might term the SKX effect in the ensuing dive watch supremacy that defined the sports genre for the last decade. The new Seiko 5 Sports GMT series is tapping into the energy generated by the old new possibility of travel on a global scale, becoming possible again in the post pandemic era. With the introduction of a new GMT function, unmatched in the sub $500 segment, Seiko escapes the pitfalls of pure nostalgia in spite of the clear reference evinced by their own presentation of the three new watches as the SKX Sport Style GMT series. You might not be able to adjust the 24-hour hand independently, since the caliber 4R34 is simply developed on the run-of-the-mill base of the Seiko 4R. Yet the three watches initially introduced within the line, a black dial with a tone-on-tone black bezel, SSK 001, a blue dial with a bicolor blue and black bezel, SSK 003, and an orange dial with a tone-on-tone black bezel that is distinguished by its gold accents, SSK 005. These three watches should give enthusiasts enough variety and playroom to begin dreaming about how they might style their own pieces along the lines of the SKXs of yore. The hardlex bezels that match the crystal go a long way to emphasize the continuity of vintage-inspired design from the SKX to the new line of GMT watches. This new line may, after all, be able to carry over and forward some of that SKX effect into the travel watch genre. If you have enjoyed this video, please like, subscribe, and share far and wide to help me reach my goal of 1,000 subscribers. And stay tuned for further content on our shared passion for wristwatches. All right. Well, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you like that. It will be very helpful for me if you share that link with all your friends, send it far and wide. This kind of content is easier to access, easier to play for people who are not necessarily familiar with the channel. So I hope you can help me do that. Um, we'll continue with another chronograph release, actually, and that's the Furlan Marri. As you remember, we talked about this independent brand before, especially since their new release with the sector dial that is actually powered by an automatic caliber, by a mechanical movement, was recently introduced, and it's already sold out, right? Their business model up until this point has been to produce limited runs of watches that they present with a story, that they introduce with uh, a narrative, and then they retire these watches as they have done it with their earlier Mecha Quartz chronographs. Now they're actually coming up with a new line of Mecha Quartz uh, watches that will form a permanent collection, and we'll try to explore some of those models. Here are the three that will be part of the Mecha Quartz permanent collection. Right, very, the aesthetic is very much that of vintage chronograph. So are the proportions of the case. Um, and of course, the fact that they are powered by a Mecha Quartz movement, especially, makes it very accessible at a 600 euro slash dollar price point, right? At the end of the day, hey, the dollar is strong now, right? So there's a parity between euro and dollar. And of course, I think the next move people were expecting from the brand was not necessarily the reintroduction of this particular series as a permanent collection, but perhaps an automatic chronograph, right? Since they actually, or maybe a hand wound chronograph, since they actually went with a mechanical movement and at an upgraded price point with their three-hander, with their sector dial watch. But they decided to basically go back to their own roots, which are, to be fair, quite recent. We're talking once again about a 38 millimeter case, so very vintage inspired, even though, of course, the case architecture that they're copying, that is also called Tasti Tondi, which was a case maker at the time, say, for example, in the 40s, that had its own method of making waterproof um, chronograph, especially cases. So they have basically revived that aesthetic for a new age, and ironically also, of course, used the mecha quartz movement, which was basically one of the ways of trying to one of the ways that the industry had come up with to push themselves out of that quartz crisis. Um, so this is what Fratello says about it, with its sweeping Patek-like lugs and mid-century formality. The watch wears like a dream. Add the tasti tondi engraved pushers, the flat crown, right? That's actually a very beautiful detail, if you ask me. A flat crown that sits almost flush with the case and is very proportionate to the registers, right? Here, of course, the running seconds register. There's no way, they say, that this sells for 555 Swiss francs. So 600 euros or $600. The Seiko VK64, that's the name of the caliber, a solid mecha quartz movement. To my surprise, the writer says, I've come to love, lends everyday wearability to the suave look. Like many Patek and Vacheron collectors, I love the vintage feel coupled with a carefree attitude, right? And this watch had lots of appeal to people who even had some of these vintage chronographs in their collection that they really treasured, because specifically it preserved the aesthetic, but at a price point and at a level of careless abandon that you might not be able to wear your mid-century chronograph, which you have probably bought for hundreds of thousands of dollars. But unlike many other watches in the price range, this does not come with a lack of quality or standards of execution. The new Trio leaves the sleek framework intact, adding 3 new dials and ordering predictability. Right, and the new straps, which I always appreciate, by the way, when they have this open lip, right, which is the OG easy exchange system for your watch. This is, I think, actually my favorite design, probably. Lovely pulsations dial for the chronograph seconds. A running seconds at 9 o'clock makes it actually a very pure and simple watch. This is where Coco Chanel comes in. Um, says Fratello Nero Sabia reference 1072A with one of her famous quotes. We all know the ethos, less is more. And one of her famous sayings is, before you leave the house, look at the mirror and take one thing off. Well, she specifically said one accessory. So let's not twist things. No one wants to see your bare skin. The Mecha Quartz Seiko VK64 is a great movement for accuracy and reliability, and it keeps the sweeping mechanical feel of the chronograph seconds hand. There's no ticking small seconds hand to reveal the nature of the game, and now there's no irrelevant 24-hour indicator either. This has been omitted from the Nero Sabia reference, leaving an asymmetrical dial. This is their only model sans applied numerals, instead boasting a semi-sector dial with pure, rich print. And I do love the feel, of course. Look, I mean, you can possibly say, and I will go ahead and say it, that this could have been actually a beautiful dress watch, um, perhaps by removing the chronograph aspect altogether. And I know that would have probably necessitated a different kind of design, a different kind of lineup or layout a little bit. But I kind of like the idea of having um, simple dress watch with with a second sub dial, but at a slightly unusual place. You know, rather than just having it at 6 o'clock, small or large. You know, having it at 9 o'clock. I don't know, 7.5. But I think this would have been just fine if they kept it as some sort of sector dial and maybe simply had a movement, had a mecha quartz movement that did not have the chronograph function. I think that could have been just fine. Hey, Corrado is here. Hey, man. Thank you. Welcome back. Hey, hey, hey. I did. I did. Let's talk about that next. Okay, is that okay? I have a few other things lined up, but we'll talk about the new Tissot chronograph after this. I actually love that watch. I think that's an amazing release as well. So, of course, we have that whole doctor's watch aspect, since it does, in fact, preserve the chronograph, pardon me, chronograph function and has a pulsations dial. Just like a Hoya Skipper or the Aquastar Diver, the outer scale is a doctor's pulsometer, and the register at 9 o'clock is a 60-minute counter. What gets you is the rich combination of golden sand colored print and the matching Cyclops Panda visage. With a new buckle design and two straps in soft leather, I feel like adding another Furlan Marri to my box. Is it dressy? Yes, but with a soft set of leather straps that will age nicely. This will make for a killer look with a denim shirt. All right. Well, I mean, that's I think this is a nice watch. Again, I would have rather had this as a second sub dial at 9 o'clock and like a simple dress watch with a sector dial, I guess, rather than a chronograph with a 60-minute counter there and a running second sand. But I guess they want to preserve their Mecha Quartz chronograph lineup in the permanent collection, which is respectable if it's also predictable. So rosso, grigio, indicating the colors once more. Look at those beautiful teardrop lugs. This is easily the freshest of the three, coming on a deep red vintage style leather strap with cream stitching. Um, this is what they mean with those double end stitching. Same accomplished design as the original Mecha Quartz chronograph, but with subtle tweaks. It now includes cherry red 5-minute markings and an outer asmometer respiration scale, which is an interesting touch. Again, the gray details and polished hands with a touch of red might seem a tad maximalist, but it works. There we go. Honestly, I actually love all the gradations of gray here, as well as the touches of red. And of course, you can already see how lovely the distortion is from that domed crystal. Um, yeah, I love the lugs. As much as I love the Tasti Tondi look, I also love these teardrop lugs. So this can actually overtake the earlier Narasabia for me. Gone are the Roman numerals of the debut models, replaced by a touch of Breguet at 6 and 12. Of course, the teardrop lugs themselves are also quite like Breguet as well. So altogether, this is a good nod again to a certain vintage slash heritage look. It shows the design new of Andrea Furlan and Hamad Al Marri has increased in the short year and half since their debut. The Rosso Grigio also comes with a 10 leather Italian strap, 10 Italian leather strap, but I rock it on the burgundy 2-stitch. It deserves the flashy combo, picking up those dial details. Yeah, I don't disagree, actually. I think it is quite smart to pick up that touch of red on the strap. I think this is a very this is a watch with sex appeal, as the French would say, with some sex appeal. So you gotta wear the red. You gotta rock the red, rosso grigio. And the next one is castagna, right? Chestnut. Castagna 1009-A. The Castagna is perhaps the closest to the long sold out Kickstarter only Havana salmon reference, but instead of a salmon brown colorway, this has a tonal gray taupe dial and a dark brown strap. Yeah, I think they're all quite beautiful, honestly. Give me one of each. The dial is a warm triple toned affair with a semi-sector center. Turn it around and you will spot the revised case back, completing the sense of quality that Andrea and Hamad have made possible for less than €600. The curved feuille hands, applied Breguet numerals, and snailed registers are not new in design, but are a lot sharper than you would expect if you haven't seen Furlan Marri in person. Yeah, as you know, um, a lot of times in these kinds of watches, the hands would be curved to somehow accommodate the aesthetics of this domed crystal, right? So if you look closely, it might look crooked, but rest assured, for those of you who might not be familiar with the aesthetic, when you're actually wearing your watch on the wrist, it looks perfect. So just to clarify that, in keeping with the medical theme of the Rosso Grigio, this reference also has a finely printed respiration case, sorry, respiration scale. The Castange's muted colors make it a refined daily wearer, while the slim case lets it slip under any cuff with elegance. Um, I like them. I like all these three. All three references in Furlan Marri's permanent collection are available from the brand's website. They each carry a price of 555 Swiss francs, will be restocked regularly. It takes a good eye for design to maintain the momentum from a hype beast such as the first one. The job of making the transition from a flash in the pan to an established small brand is not an easy one. However, judging by this new trio, yes, Furlan Marri has what it takes, and with more to come from the brand this year, it will be an interesting second half of 2022. As you might know, they had won a few years ago the Revelation Prize in the Grand Prix, which we will take a look at in a later hour of the show, probably. Um, I love it. I love them all three. Uh, I I don't even know. I don't know where this noise is coming from, so I apologize. I don't even know which one I like best. Um, I think they all really have their own appeal. I like the simplicity of this first one with the pulsations dial, the Nero Sabbia. Um, I love the Rosso Grigio. That little touch of red on the dial is just perfect. And of course, the Castagna is also a beautiful piece of design. And let's check out the model that Corrado Galizia has shared with us, which is the new Tissot Telemeter 1938. Um, we talked about this watch a little bit before. I think it's it's a great heritage model. Um, I think it's a great release by Tissot that carries the aesthetics into a new era, so to speak. Um, I want to see where they have a little more detail about this watch, because that just has marketing copy more or less. So let's go to this 1938. You see the snailed pulsations dial there in the middle, telemeter outside on the chapter ring, um, and the minute counter there as well. I really like the aesthetic. I like the way that the crown sits flush. Um, the one nitpick I had was that I would have loved piston-like pushers on classically designed chronographs such as this, but the rectangular ones are perhaps a better fit. I don't know, but I understand why they went with it. Um, Especially if it is cheap, the piston pushers, if they're not reliable, the piston pushers can really spell a lot of trouble for you, um, because they would just pop out. um, so I do understand why they may have gone this particular way. Of course, the case is enlarged compared to the original model, even though the aesthetic as well as the um, nod in the model name is to 1938. Um, of course, this is an automatic movement, caliber A05.231. Essentially, as the article says here, it is a modified Valjoux 7750. Comes as no surprise, of course. That is the reliable, that is the workhorse automatic chronograph caliber that the Swatch Group holds. So why not use it for this? In this case, of course, the model features a two-register chronograph rather than the three, and an increased power reserve of 68 hours, which is quite good. Again, you have something that expresses vintage slash heritage style, and is trying to do something different. Um, just enlarging the case and changing the pushers into something rectangular. I'm not sure, but I think it's still a good deal. If you want an automatic chronograph at under $2,000, I think this is a decent deal. Um, I just want to double check something, which is um, yeah, of course. I mean, this is I think this is a good budget option. Um, of course, it won't be a similar design necessarily. I think this Tissot Telemeter 1938 has perhaps a more classical touch. But I think at or around this price point, and I understand it's a little more expensive, don't take me wrong, but it's still under $3,000. I think the dark horse is the Longines Avigation Big Eye. And I'm probably saying it because it very much reminds me of my Type 20, um, just a little bigger, more modern, maybe a little badder even, because it is ultimately, um, again, more modern chronograph movement with uh, higher power reserve and a column wheel um, operation as well, if you think that is something important to you. And quite frankly, I also like the solid case back, right? I was never really all that enchanted with exhibition case backs on anything and everything. Um, for me, again, with a movement that's more of a workhorse, um, a good automatic chronograph movement, there's not much to show off, if you ask me. So I think it just makes sense to cover it up with a case back and shave down a few millimeters and have a solid, uninterrupted look even on the case back. But I know some people like it. I know some people are fascinated by it. For me, uh, this is this is really the swatch group option, if you ask me. Peeping time, a different strap would improve the look. I put it on a rally. Peeping time, I don't know which watch you're talking about. So if you would um, qualify that, if you would clarify that, I would very much appreciate it. Um, yeah, I like it. I like it. I like this one. I do like the Telemeter 1938 too. Don't take me wrong. But for me, a sub 3000 would be this watch. Find a good deal on it. If you want it brand spanking new, I'm sure you can even find some listings for it. Maybe you have a good relationship already with an authorized dealer that also has Longines in their lineup, that also sells Longines. You can get a good discount on it. I'm sure the entire market is flush with um, other options, right? In the sense that you might find it on um, on some of the usual suspects like eBay, like Chrono 24, in a barely worn condition. And I think um, this is a good deal. So, uh, and I will use this as a transition to talk about another release. We talked quite a bit about Type 20, about my Type 20 and Type 20 watches in the recent few live streams on this channel. Yeah, the Longines. Yeah, Tissot with the padded strap. The Longines looks sharp. Yeah, Tissot would actually look interesting with a racing themed strap, I guess. Yeah, with uh, like you said, a rally one with some perforated look. It could look interesting. It could really bring out that vintage, sporty vibe out of it. Um, I actually don't mind the presentation. I think it's fine as it is. And I would say the same thing about the Longines. Of course, there's nothing wrong with getting a few other straps and spicing up the look and changing up the air of the watch. No pun intended. Once every so often. Um, yeah, I think these just look cool. They would look cool on especially the Longines would look cool also on a NATO strap, right? Like a gray, slate gray, uh, charcoal would look fantastic, and I think that would also bring out maybe the tool watch aspect out of it a little more. But a leather strap serves that purpose just fine, right? Because it's supposed to be an aviation slash pilot's chronograph. So leather is just fine, I suppose. So going back to the story of the Type 20, as I've mentioned before, and as you guys probably heard from elsewhere as well, um, there were a few different producers of the original Type 20 specification. Usually, um, the specification itself is spelled in Arabic numerals, right? Whereas Breguet presents its modern reproduction, its modern reedition as Type 20 in Roman numerals, right? XX. Um, but the original mil spec version that was supplied to Aéronautique Navale, to the Aéronaval, to the air forces of the French Navy, were actually produced by at least 5 different companies. So Breguet was one of them, Dodin was another, Maté Tissot was one, Auricoste was yet another, and Airain, this particular brand that is revived nowadays, was the 5th confirmed supplier of Type 20 spec watches to the air forces of the French Navy. And they have been doing a few different kinds of watches these days, but they have produced over the years, I think, a few different versions of the Type 20, pardon me, namely the 2-register version of it. They had a first reedition, and then they had one that was in brown that seemed to be very appealing to many because it somehow um, really showed off the vintage aesthetics of this particular genre of the watch, right? Just like those only watch editions that Breguet produced for the auctions in 2019 and 2021. And this sold out, I think, pretty quickly. And it actually has quite a beautiful movement. Again, um, much like uh, the Longines watch that we were just looking at. It has a pretty great hand wound, in this case, chronograph movement. So has some of the vintage aspects, both in terms of its aesthetics, but also in terms of its function, right? Since this is a flyback chronograph, just as it was specified by the French Navy, uh, but it also has a column wheel hand mount movement in it, which is a slight improvement, of course, and I think it's quite welcome. And the most recent edition that they're coming out with, um, and that may have been already sold out, by the way, is a green version. I thought, let me see if we can find it. Maybe they call it khaki. Vert or Vert Militaire, actually, yes. So that was the edition. It's a rather um, rather reliable, a very authentic remake of the two register version of these chronographs. Um, the font is pretty unique. I can't really count for every single example. I'm sure there were some produced sans serif like this one, but otherwise, I really like this watch, and it is at that price point as again the very much Type 20 inspired Longines that we just looked at, and in this case, um, it has in fact the charm of an hand wound movement, um, and a pretty unique dial color that somehow fits the heritage of the watch, even though it's something that wasn't seen in the original. And it's, as you see, it's priced right around the same range as the Longines Avigation Big Eye that we discussed. Corrado says, I'd like to play more with rubber straps. They seem so expensive for rubber. Um, I think, Corrado, the luxury rubber strap market has really taken off. I haven't really followed those developments, but I know exactly what you mean when you look at Rubber B, Everest. They're incredibly expensive. The rubber straps that I know of, like the waffle uh, for the SRPE, for example, um, a lot of them were quite reasonable. Um, but honestly, they know the market, right? They know when it comes to Rubber B and Everest and some of the others, they know that they're selling it to people who can already afford Rolex watches. So they're not shying away in terms of slapping on it insane amounts of premium. It is what it is. I'm sorry to say. I think ultimately that's exactly what you're looking at there. I'm not sure if any of those rubber straps or rubber bands deserve that sort of price point, but they know their market, they know who they're selling it to. So ultimately, that's the reason of that pricing, not because they're worth um, almost $300. Peeping Time says the stitching of the Longines strap reminds me of a bunt strap. It looks great. Yeah, it does. It does. You're absolutely right. Just to look back on this, yeah, I think this watch has great aesthetics. Right? They may have gotten rid of the rotating bezel. Fair enough, right? Because these watches either come with a bidirectional 60 minutes um, bezel, which is pretty handy in terms of timing events for on the hour scale, right? Just basically aligning it with the minute hand when you start timing it without even resorting yet to the chronograph. Um, or the jumping hour, 12-hour bezel as well that some examples had. Longines gets rid of that, but I think somehow with the sandblasted finish of the case and the strap that they paired it with, as Peeping Time has very shrewdly observed, they really reached into the core of this design which I appreciate, right? If you are really going to reinterpret a design, do something more than just a different dial color. And you can make the same argument against Airain as well. I'm not just trying to take shots still at Zenith and Hodinkee collaboration, but I think what they got right in this particular model was precisely tapping into that no nonsense, nearly all black um, tool watch aesthetic that represented that mid-century sports watch genre, perhaps better and bigger than everything else out there. So this certainly takes the cake for me. It's one of my favorite Longines models in the current line, and it's I think already a pretty strong line to begin with. All right. With that being said, guys, we have already passed our first hour mark. So this is a kind reminder for you to hit the like button. Please upvote. It makes all the difference for me. For a small channel like this, every little bit of exposure helps. So upvote the stream. Help me carry some of this momentum forward. Share the link far and wide. Subscribe if you haven't. I'm here with watch talk, with watch related content on a daily basis for hours at a time. And not only that, but I also, as you have seen it today, um, constantly create content that actually is digestible in other forms, in other ways. I made a video today on the new Seiko 5 GMT series, particularly in connection to the SKX heritage. The question that I asked myself was, is the new Seiko 5 GMT Sports Series a worthy successor to the SKX? Will it be able to generate a similar kind of excitement, perhaps at a similar price segment? And my answer was mostly yes. And this is my take, which is right around 6 minutes. So a very nice bite-sized video. Share the link, tell your friends. This is one very easy way of sharing this content, telling your friends about this channel, because it's something that they can sample in one sitting quite quickly and get an idea about how I approach these subjects. Sands of Time asks, would you buy a Grand Seiko 9F quartz watch? Um, you know, I appreciate the kind of um, developments that Grand Seiko has brought into the quartz space, and really on to mechanical movements as well, with the spring drive technology, of course. The 9F quartz movement is often used in their classically designed dress watches. I enjoy them. I think, honestly, not that I have anything against dive watches from Grand Seiko. For me, I'm more um, attracted to their dress watch designs, but there's always something that holds me back, and the it's usually the price point. And it's my problem, right? Sands of Time, please understand that it's just, for me, uh Seiko is a watch that you get for a few $100s at a time. You hold a few in your collection, and you just enjoy them with abandon. So even though I like them as dress watches, especially the 9F quartzes as dress watches, and even though they're a little more accessible in terms of the price points, There's just so much out there with all the micro brands these days. Um, there's just a world of option uh, at or around $1,000 to begin with, right? We looked at the Baltic, for example, quite for quite a long time. Their MR01 model that they are yet to deliver, and that they're going to open for pre-orders again quite soon. Um, of course, Furlan Marri, if you were interested, sold that sector dial version with La Jouperet movement for around 1250. Um, so with so much out there, and we're not even talking about many other mainstream brands. I don't know, I always hesitate. So somehow the combination of Quartz and Grand Seiko is perhaps more off-putting to me, even though I understand exactly the purpose of that movement, right? Because it allows Grand Seiko to have yet another segment um, of sleek, thin dress watches that are perhaps a little more affordable. Um, if there's a particular kind of watch that you want us to look at, sands of time, I was going to say seeds of time. Um, please feel free to bring it up. Okay, you got recently the SBGP 017. I thought it was the perfect quartz watch. That watch is an amazing watch. Don't take me wrong. I mean, it's a nice piece. I think we talked about this watch with you. Um, it's a great design. The dial is amazing. Um, the texture of it is amazing. I think the gradations of that blue is perfect. I would much rather have this kind of blue than um, than some shade of Tiffany blue or whatever else they call it these days. Um, I like the idea, honestly. I think, like you said, in many ways, this is the makings of a perfect dress watch. It's not too thick, it's not too large. The lug to lug is pretty much perfect at 46. Um, you put this on a nice leather strap. You can wear it for just about anything and everything. Why not? And if you're aware, again, I have repeated these points before, but it always bears repeating. For a dress watch, it might actually be better for a lot of people to have a quartz movement, because for a lot of people, the dress watch genre is an occasional genre. It's not the kind of watch they wear day in, day out. It is something that, for the better part of its life, that sits in a drawer, that sits in a watch box, right? That sits in a valet tray. So people expect to just pick it up, put it on their wrist, and go, right? They don't want to deal with setting the time, much less adjusting the date, right? They just want to grab and go. And for that kind of dress watch, for that kind of use for a dress watch, I think this is just about perfect, like you said. Dirk Diggler, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Lord is just another punter himself. So just, hey, punters would suffice. JB, love you, man. Thank you for being here. And Corrado says, it looks really nice. Congratulations, Sands of Time. My man, wear it in good health. Again, I think it's a beautiful watch. I appreciate this particular segment of Grand Seiko dress watches. Somehow, there are a lot of mental blocks for me to make this kind of purchase, but it looks like a beautiful watch. and it checks off a lot of boxes when you want uh, a dress watch in your collection. So I can't complain. And I actually like the bracelet on this one as much as it reminds me of you know whose um, bracelet. But hey, that's going to be my sticking point always about Grand Seiko. I know it's low hanging fruit. I know it's a cheap shot, but I am sometimes genuinely disappointed with Grand Seiko because I fall in love usually with the dial itself, which is always stunning, which is always very beautifully executed. I love the way they finish and polish the hands and the index markers. So when I start at that dial with the watch face, which to me is almost 90% of the value of the watch for me, 90% of what the watch means to me. For the rest of the watch, Grand Seiko, for me, always fails to deliver. You know, the cases are just fine. I'm not gonna complain too much, um, even though I feel a lot of times the dress watches wear larger than they should, even though their 47 millimeter diver actually wears exceptionally well. Um, I don't know. It is something about the contours of the case, of course. But the bracelet, you know, in terms of both how they feel and the lack of originality when it comes to their designs, always rubs me off the wrong way. So if I had a watch like this, and I can actually see myself having a watch like this, I would probably wear it almost exclusively on a leather strap. But for what it is, for what it's worth, I should say, this is a great watch. Looks like a great watch. And Dirk says, Grand Seiko are awesome. I will get another one day. And Jake Brooks says, I've been looking at the chronograph at 37, same retail price as this. I would wait, JB, for the next release because Chrono started really taking off, and I know it's always a limited run. I know they sell out pretty fast, but I think if you actually get your order in, you know, set an alarm clock, get your order in the first few minutes. Next time they release a chronograph, buy it from them. Yes, it means you will have to wait until the next release that is announced. Yes, it will mean that you will have to wait until they actually produce the watches. But I wouldn't pay a premium for what is essentially um, what is supposed to be a reflection of Hajime Asoka's designs at an accessible price point. I think it's unfair that they become sold out and then hyped up in the secondary market and go for 2-3 times the list price. I don't like it. Vince says thoughts on the Ballon Ross Space 2. We will get to that. Let's. I want to pull up the chronograph. You guys know that I'm actually a big fan of this brand. I had some important business to attend to in that morning. I think they went on sale at 7 a.m. with my time. I came back to it at 8. I actually completely missed out on the 34, but apparently they're coming out with other colors. So hopefully I will catch the next run. But the chronograph series, I think, are really amazing pieces. I especially um, like this one, the silver white one with red accents. I think this is just a beautiful, beautiful piece of design, and it has a Seiko chronograph movement in it, so rather reliable. Um, very, again, very traditional um, dimensions, 38 millimeter in diameter, which is right, very much like what we were talking about with Furlan Marri, what we were talking about with the Type 20 watches, which are, again, in terms of the reeditions and reproductions, they oscillate around 38, 39. And the thickness in this case, including the sapphire crystal, is under 14. So that's very manageable as well. Not the thinnest chronograph by any means, but quite reliably subtle. I really like this watch. I should have gone for it when it came out, but in that case, I was still learning about the brand. Um, but yeah, I think a watch like this, when it comes out at that price point, if you can get it at what it's supposed to sell for, yeah, sure, get it for $3,700. But I think in the secondary market, they're trying to sell them for much more than that, and I think that's unfair, and that's against the ethos of the brand, by the way, which tries really its best to avoid this sort of um, flipping practice. But at the end of the day, it's unavoidable that some of them are going to be sold on the secondary market. But I would really uh, like to get one, but at a fair price point, right? I think all the three releases in this case were quite stunning. So Bell and Ross Space 2. Before I get to that, yes, as I was saying, guys, I appreciate you um, for being here. Thank you for your presence and support. Again, please share my video on the new Seiko 5 GMTs and their connection to the SKX uh, line with your friends, with everyone. Spread the word. Help me bring more people into this community. Help me bring more subscribers into this channel so I can get a little bit for my efforts, for my work, and for my time that I put into this channel. Before I reach that level, before I reach 1,000 subscribers, you can already contribute in a number of ways. I have a PayPal account, and that's at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com, my primary point of contact. So if you want personalized content, customized content, if you want to have a dedicated live stream on a topic of your choice, which can be the history of a brand, a detailed look at a specific model, guidance for your next watch purchase. It can be a collection review slash interview uh, that where you can jump on and we get to learn more about you and your lifestyle through your watches. I've done a few of these already, and that's some of my favorite content. So you can send an email to lordhellespontv@gmail.com. And with a small contribution, I would be more than happy to create content according to your wishes. I have a Cash App, $LHVVV, $LHVVV. And I want to remind you again, this is a completely independent channel. It's completely self sustaining. I'm not beholden to any industry interests. I'm not beholden to or controlled by any gray market profiteers. This is a very unique channel in the sense that it is completely independent, entirely autonomous, not beholden to any sort of background games, um, nothing, no conspiracies spiraling, through WhatsApp channels or anything. This is here just for the knowledge of and passion for wristwatches, and everything I get, I put back into the channel. I invest in equipment. I invest in time, and ultimately any contribution you make goes uh, back to you in terms of increased quality and quantity of content on this channel. So if you want to help me do that, also Patreon is an option. Um, all of this information is in the crawling ticker and in the video description, but I posted the links as well. And especially if I end up reaching enough contributions on Patreon on a monthly basis, and I'm way too far away from that. But if I can, I will be able to do additional live streams next month, at least 2 more per week earlier in the day, so I can actually reach more people in the Americas for whom this show is too late, and others in the UK and in continental Europe for whom it's almost too early. So if you can help me do that, I would very much appreciate that. The Patreon link is there. Again, I need to be raising something like, you know, $300 per month for me to be able to actually dedicate that time on uh, twice a week basis. All right. Dirk Diggler says, stunning watch, the Chrono. We are going to go back to Bell and Ross Space 2. PJ gives me a thumbs up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you, PJ. Jake says, Dirk, it's pretty amazing. Has a little bit of that Tissot vintage chrono flavor with the center circle. Yes, and I think it's even a more simplistic, and for that reason, more beautiful design. Honestly, this Chrono Tokyo. Almost all other chronos are on the bezel or outer dial. Yeah, yeah. So this is like a modern interpretation of that snailing register, really, which I do really, really appreciate. So let's go back to our friend Vince Fine Arts's question. Bell and Ross Space 2. Mm, all right. This is the Bell and Ross by Zin. Are we on the same page? I like it honestly because well, let me count a few reasons. First of all, I respect Zin as watchmakers quite a lot. This particular uh, integrated uh, bracelet design reminds me of a lot of what Omega did at a certain point in time, both with the Speedmaster Mark II, but also some of the Seamaster iterations. Um, so I like that as well. I like the integrated bracelet design. I also appreciate um, and came to appreciate really over time this particular Fliege layout of a 3 register chronograph, which is of course a 6/9/12 rather than 3/6/9 for a 3 register design or a 2 register layout. And hey, as a big fan um, of the Type 20, of course, I love Arabic numerals on the dial. Um, Again, this is a type of chronograph layout that I got used to, and I came to appreciate in time. It's not my favorite, but it is quite lovely, and I do like the red accents, and it's a nice shade of red too, at least in this particular example, uh, on the dial in terms of the chronograph hands too. So this looks like a beautiful, gorgeous tool watch, and it's just great. It has that sort of Speedmaster Mark II vibe. So if you're into that, that's an added incentive, but it has certainly its own character. That's the kind of Ballon Ross I can get behind. I'm not a huge fan of their square cases and a more contemporary designs they have, but this one I actually appreciate. In the meantime, let me also thank Corrado Galizia for all the support he has given to this channel over time. Thank you again for your PayPal contribution. And JB, same goes for you. Thank you so much for your contribution yesterday night after the show. So yes, Ballon Ross Space 2 is an absolute yes from me. I have seen this on eBay. It was around 3,500. Let's see if we can chase down a few more deals. Yeah, they seem to be trending around that price point. I would say, especially if you can find one um, around 3,000, right? At this point in time, this is a Space 3, by the way, so my apologies. This is the Space 2. I would get it. I would certainly get one of these at 3, especially if it's in a better condition, perhaps. But I love how this one aged, quite honestly. Um, the dial, I mean, I wish I wish the case and the bracelet were a little more fresh. But at any rate, the price point doesn't seem too unreasonable. Um, but it's also not perfect. And thankfully, they do take offers right here. So you might want to try your, fancy, if you fancy your chances, put in something like 2,700 and see where that takes you. The Type 20 is a great deal again if you're interested in these sorts of Flieger Chrono aesthetic, the aviation chronograph or pilot's chronograph aesthetic. I got mine for 4K. I'm sure you can get a deal um, at or around that price range, say 4,500, maybe 5K at most. But this is an even better price point. And if you prefer this aesthetic, um, Type 20 is not going to scratch the itch. I have chased after other chronographs when I really wanted the Type 20. So I'm quite happy that I found the deal I wanted for the watch I wanted. So if this is the watch you want, you should go after this and not after whatever nonsense I recommend according to my taste. That being said, I actually like this watch. I wish Bell and Ross somehow continued on this path, but obviously, they wanted to be their own thing. They couldn't just outsource things to Zin anymore. So it is what it is. I don't really, I'm not in love with what Bell and Ross has become. Nick, okay, Jake Brooks says, looks a lot like the 1919 Porsche design. Well, I mean, it's the same caliber, Valjoux 7750. That's the that's the movement that powers this watch and the Porsche design chronograph, the original, and so many other chronographs. IWC and Zin have a pretty analogous existence, especially when it comes to their Flieger watches. Um, so it makes sense that they look alike because that's the kind of dial layout that particular chronograph movement gives to you. From the dates uh, to the 6 9 12 3 register look. it's it is what it is. And again, uh, that's not at all a diss on any of these brands or the movements. Oh, wait a second. This says Lemania 5100. So it's not actually uh, 7750. Okay. I'm happy to be educated. I didn't realize that the Space 2 had had a different movement because Zin more recently uses ETA 7750, which is Valjoux 7750. Hmm. Yeah, I think ultimately it's a similar it's a similar caliber. It's probably Lemania's answer to Valjoux or vice versa. Um, all right, very cool. You'll learn something new every day. I think the only difference from the quick research that I did right now is that unlike the Valjoux 7750, the minutes counter is sweeping rather than ticking. I actually like the sweeping kind. I don't know why people have that problem, but I guess it's pretty nifty that Valjoux 7750 does that if you prefer. But this is a fantastic watch for that price point, especially if you like Zin and or Bell and Ross. Nick Butter says, would this be classified as a pilot's watch or divers? Pilots, certainly, because I don't think this watch has the quote unquote the ISO compliance, which requires at least 200 meters at this point in time. Um, and yes, thank you, Nick Butter, for saying it's good to see moderators in the chat. I try my best. And look, I mean, it's a responsibility, right? Not a privilege that I give to people. So they can't always be here. I understand. Not everyone has my stamina. I don't expect every fan to be 4.5 hours here, and I try my best, and I give it very sparingly, honestly. I need to be able to trust people more and more every day. So that's it. That's it. So it will grow. The number of moderators will certainly grow in time, but that time has not come yet. So it's a very close knit circle for now. Um, I'm blanking out, JB. Can you open up that abbreviation? What is PD? PD. This also comes with a gray rubber strap. Yeah, I think look, this is a kind of more futuristic look, and I can't say I don't like it. It's not exactly my taste, but I can certainly see the appeal. I'm a huge fan actually of Speedmaster 2, even though I try not to think of it as a Speedmaster. Also, the so-called Teutonic Speedmaster, right, which was kind of a special model produced for uh, the German market, right? An integrated bracelet look with a uniquely shaped case. So I actually like watches that are a little more unusual, a little more quirky. Um, it doesn't hurt that for that reason they represent some sort of deal on the secondary market, right? The Speedmaster Teutonic is basically at the same price point as the Bell & Ross Zin Space 2 that we have just looked at. Um, let's in fact confirm that. Right, look, a full set from the Netherlands at 3,000. I think this is a beautiful watch. I know it, people will even hate me for saying this, but I think this is just an amazing looking watch. Yes, unusual. Yes, probably an atrocity according to a lot of Speedmaster fans, a lot of more committed Speedmaster fans, let's put it this way, because I'm a fan of the Speedmaster as well. But hey, especially in this, silvery white dial, this particular monochromatic look, I like it. I also like it with the black dial. So certainly it's something different, and I do actually appreciate it. Yeah, I like the engraved tachymeter for sure. And again, it's very subtle, it's very monochromatic. When it's a black dial, it helps it really jump out. When it's a silver dial, it adds to the monochromatic effect. In either case, I think this is quite cool. And yeah, the caliber in it is 861, so it's quite, it's something different for some to enjoy, and that is reflected in the price point, of course. BC says Zin used to make watches for Bell & Ross for sure. That's what we just looked at, in fact. JB says Porsche design moved to Lemania 5100. All right, thank you for clarifying that, Jake. Sorry, late to that party. Hey, that's quite all right, BC. Hello to you as well. Welcome to the channel. It's always nice to see you. All right. Guys, let me just get a drink of water, refresh myself, and come back for another 2 hours. It's almost the 2-hour mark. So please hit the like button if you haven't. Subscribe if you haven't. I'm here with watch content on a daily basis, and spread the word, share the links far and wide. It really helps me. Every single subscriber I gain here really changes the game for me. So please do tell all your friends. It really does make a huge difference. I'll be right back with you in 5 minutes. Hey guys. Hey, welcome back. Welcome back. So we started talking about some new releases by Zenith, namely their collaboration with Hodinkee, with the Salmon dial, which quite frankly I found a little unimaginative and not very exciting. Um, it's already sold out, so no worries there. Uh, I have then moved on to Furlan Marri and their release of a permanent collection consisting of these three wonderful mecha quartz pieces that have a vintage design aesthetic, but a kind of modern reliability that makes them at once very uh, charming and, of course, incredibly attractive at or around $600. And of course, we talked about Airain, which is basically a Phoenix brand that has a heritage of having produced aviation chronographs according to the Type 20 specs. So a lot of their current collection are basically revivals of that model with a slightly retouched aesthetic and a few different dial colors. I particularly like the movement they use, which is a hand wound movement with a very respectable power reserve, a column wheel, and of course that most iconic, I guess, Type 20 specification, which is the flyback chronograph that allows you to measure events at very short intervals. This one is also sold out in all its three iterations, but I'm sure it will come back at a certain point in time. And I think it's certainly a watch that that you should be on the lookout for, if only if only because you might be interested in the Type 20 aesthetics. Um, I think it's quite a beautiful watch. And of course, then we talked about a bunch of other chronographs, especially um, Ballon Ross by Zin Space 2 and the Omega Speedmaster Teutonic, which was an integrated bracelet version of the 861 made for the German market. Fries with Mayo Man, nice to see you. It's always lovely to have you around. Have a good time at work in Geneva. We're going to move on to, for the second half of our live stream today, for the competing watches uh, at the 2022 edition of GPHG, which is the Grand Prize of Horology held in Geneva. Um, I think the ceremony is going to be held on November 10, so still quite a while to go. But here are the competing watches. Last night we looked at some of the ladies' models. I particularly love the Danse Amour by Alexis Carin or Carin. The Chomet, pardon me, Déferlante Secret is a nice piece as well because it has these shooting stars / peacock's tail that actually ends up covering the watch face as well. I loved this burgundy dial, smaller version of the Tonda PF as well, with again abbreviated baguette diamonds for index markers. I think that's quite a stunning watch. And honestly, especially in pink gold, probably it's a watch that benefits from that diminutive size because it must have quite a big presence to begin with. So, in fact, this is a watch that could be, uh, quite a fantastic unisex watch at this range. Maybe applies, to the same segment, really, to Vacheron Constantin Historique 222. Um, this is um, going to be probably more easier to acquire, more easier to obtain, and cheaper. Not that it's cheap, right? It's priced right at $50,000 / Swiss francs, but it's quite a beautiful design. I like the fact again that it doesn't have a date. I like this unique dial color. I like the proportions of the case, and I also love the fact that it has those diamonds on the dial, even as the design itself remains incredibly discreet. Fantastic piece, really. For me, that's my favorite, ultimately, of the ladies' watches category. Um, my favorites out of the ladies' complicated watches category was the Hermès Arceau Le Temps Voyageur, which is a very unique expression of a world time watch, right? Where the pusher, in fact, helps the hours and minutes dial travel around the world. Um, I think it's a fantastic piece. Very, very, very wearable at um, 38 millimeters and steel, and not prohibitively expensive either at $21,000 / Swiss francs. Um, hey, maybe it will put you ahead of a few people to get that Birkin you or your wife has always wanted. Why not give it a chance? And I do like the Andersen Genève World Time as well. Again, an incredibly beautiful piece. I love that special guilloche dial at the center, guilloche decoration at the center of the dial. The aquamarine bezel is just special. I also don't mind the fact that it has some unusual locations for its cities, towns, um, for the world time. So that's quite fantastic. Um, but of course, this is a different price segment, almost $70,000. Nevertheless, right, you have a baguette bezel of aquamarine, that prestigious world time configuration expressed in the one of the most classical ways, right? The same way that Patek Philippe does it, yet still a bit unique. This is also a beautiful, beautiful piece. I would certainly set aside both the Hermès Arceau Le Temps Voyageur and Andersen Genève Tempus Terre with the baguette aquamarine on the bezel. Um, in the men's category, of course, they're pretty strong competitors. Uh, I actually love the Chapek Antarctique, the reduced size version with the frozen star dial. I think that's a stunner. I like the high beat version of the Chopard. Um, I do also like a bunch of other things here, but at the end of the day, when it comes to making one choice, right? I like the Parmigiani. I like the Zenith 135 Observatoire, that extremely exclusive collaboration of 10 pieces between, um, Zenith, uh, Philips, um, Philips Auction House, and Kari Voutilainen. But ultimately, I think what I really like out of this man's category is the Recep Recepi uh, watch, Chronomaster Contemporain 2. I think this is an exquisite piece with a black Grand Feu enamel dial. Um, just perfect, perfect little piece. It actually has deadbeat seconds on the second on the subsidiary dial, so it's it's fascinating. Of course, again, um, another level of watchmaking, and also another level of pricing. Surely at 50 piece limited edition, but 125,000 Swiss francs. Moving on to the next category is the men's complication. Ultimately, um, again, you have basically the titanium version of the Arceau Le Temps Voyageur. Um, I think really the steel version is more interesting, both in terms of the proportions of the case and also the color. I think it's just more attractive. Um, for me, I guess this wouldn't surprise you, but my vote goes to Parmigiani again. I love the uncluttered execution of the dial here. For a dual time watch, this is really ingenious. The pusher here at 7 o'clock is what helps you adjust the jumping hour. And when you come back home, you can just press that rose gold pusher on the crown, which coordinates, of course, with that jumping hour hand. And that will use the rattrapante function. So it will actually snap right back and disappear behind that primary hour hand. So I think that this is a beautiful design, um, ingeniously executed as a complication, and I'm actually a huge fan of that dial. I know people have in the past said, El Professor specifically said that the design of the watch, especially because of that coin edge slash fluted bezel, looks like the Oris ProPilot X, but this kind of fine fluting for the bezel uh, is it's not unseen, but it's not very common either. Um, it's so much finer than the fluting you see on a Rolex bezel, for example. Certainly at a very different level than the one you see at the Oris ProPilot X. So I like it, and I love this dial, especially in any color other than the black gray they have in the most run-of-the-mill simple version of the Tonda PF. So this is great, and of course this is in its usual case size of 40 rather than the quote unquote woman's version of the reduced 36 millimeters. Um, but yeah, I think this is one of the most beautiful travel time watches uh, made in recent time, and I love the adaptation of the rattrapante complication for this particular purpose rather than just producing another chronograph watch. Um, the iconic category actually has the Airain model that we have just considered. It has Breitling's BO1 Navi timer, I should say. Um, the Girard Perregaux casquette, the version 2, which I thoroughly despise as a watch, but that's just me. And it has the Monaco with the Gulf stripes. Out of this, for me, it has to be actually the Tag Heuer Monaco Golf. I know, the real Steve McQueen Monaco, the stripes belong to his racing suit, not to the face of the watch. But at the end of the day, this is like a commemorative slash iconic slash reissue kind of edition. So I don't mind. Um, I'm not an out and out fan of the Hoya Monaco as a chronograph, but I also don't. Uh, I don't hate on it either. I think it's one of the by now one of the timeless slash iconic designs. So if there's going to be something handed out as a grand prize for being an iconic piece of design, I think Monaco certainly deserves it. Um, the tourbillon, you see there's an Arnold and Son, which is an ultra thin. Uh, there's a Royal Oak with an open worked dial. Chopard Alpine Eagle has a flying tourbillon version, which looks very pretty. H. Moser a company has a cylindrical skeletonized tourbillon as well that looks amazing. Um, Ultimately, again, I'm just expressing my choice. I think I would go with the Chopard Alpine Eagle. I like the way they modified the dial design while remaining somewhat faithful to their um, that iris design. JB, no, the ceremony is going to be at November 10, on November 10. So these are the competing watches, and the winners will be announced with the ceremony in November. Nick Butter says, looks like a nice dress piece. I don't know what the reference is, Nick. Should fit nice under the shirt cuff. Again, guys, sometimes just want to express this. I'm not complaining. Don't take me wrong. It's hard to both present and look at the chat, right? Since I don't have anyone alongside me. So sometimes I miss uh, your particular interventions at a given point in time. So if you want to help me out a little bit, give me a point of reference so I can actually know what you're talking about when I come back. So I think, yeah, my choice would be this. I like the flying tourbillon execution, and it looks quite beautiful in the Chopard Alpine Eagle. And honestly, again, it's quite a nice way of uh, presenting that tourbillon by coordinating the dial design with it as well. I like it, and that would be at 112,000 Swiss francs. Again, for me, the only shortcoming of Chopard Alpine Eagle is not a design shortcoming, but the fact that with the LUC workshop at their service, with that being available for them, I'm somewhat disappointed at the fact that they don't actually feature Geneva seal movement in the Chopard Alpine Eagle, I think that would have made it a killer watch. You know, offer it at a slightly higher price point, but give us something more fulfilling as a movement, and not just the high beat option. So I would say it could be an interesting thing to see a version of the Alpine Eagle, at least, that has a more respectable movement without having to move all the way up to a tourbillon, and without having to move up to a price point of buying a mansion anywhere else in the world, and maybe making a down payment for a place in Los Angeles. Calendar and astronomy. This is always a fascinating category. I've never understood why people are so enamored by the Streamliner and its version of chronographs and perpetual calendars. I think it takes away all the romanticism away from the perpetual calendar specifically. If I'm not gonna have everything on the dial and a moon phase too, why even bother? Um, so in that case, my particular choice here is going to be actually the Arnold and Son Luna Magna Platinum. I love the meteorite dial. I love the expression of the moon phase, and yeah, just the idea of preserving this classical watch face ultimately in this beautiful platinum piece. And as you see, both the watch face and the moon phase are um, loomed. And of course, Arnold and Son has a certain charm for me because uh, ultimately it is something that, again, something easily dismissed for by some as a Phoenix brand, but traces its tradition all the way back to the 18th century, to an English maker. So I like all sorts of watch brands that takes us back to different horological traditions, rather than simply uh, presenting us over and over the same regurgitated um, versions of the Swiss horological tradition, right? We have already enough examples of that. So I do appreciate Arnold and Son. And in this case, by the way, you see how it's spelled here in the official pronunciation of our channel, platinum rather than platinum. So there you go. 90 hours of power reserve, a relatively low beat caliber at 21,600 semi oscillations per hour. Um, I think Luna Magna is a very beautiful and unique piece, and that would be my choice from the calendar astronomy category. Nick Butter, thank you. No worries. I was mentioning the one with 3 hands, metal band, simple blue face, dual time. Yeah, that's the PF Tonda um, GMT Rattrapante, right? That is a very handsome watch. If that's what you were talking about going back, this was the basically man's complication watch that I wanted to highlight. Um, I think it's a beautiful piece of design. I genuinely appreciate this micro rotor piece. I think it's still a dark horse in the um, integrated bracelet stainless steel luxury watch segment. It's still a sleeper in many ways. Their chronographs are beautiful as well, both on the bracelet and on the rubber bands. I really appreciate them, but hey, I think in this particular version, it is actually offering what can be otherwise a very boring and common complication, quote unquote, GMT, in a very inventive way in adapting the rattrapante complication. So going back, we just discussed the tourbillon and calendar categories. My choice for tourbillon was the Alpine Eagle Flying Tourbillon by Chopard, and my choice for the astronomical complication was Arnold and Son Luna Magna Platinum or Platinum. All right. So next up, by the way, I have to say I don't mind the Universalzeit by Moritz Grossmann as well, because you have basically a world time watch with a very simplistically expressed world map on the dial. And you have these openings at certain locations on that map that give you numerical indications of the hour accordingly. Um, I think it's at once a very simplistic and quite an intuitive way of expressing world time. So I do like this too, even though it's maybe um, too simplistic of a design for me, but it's really very clever. So that would be my second choice. And again, it's not an absurdly expensive watch for the kind of watch it is. Again, Moritz Grossmann is a very underrated and underappreciated house. Um, for me, the problem would be really the dimensions of the case, which seem gigantic. But otherwise, it could be a very interesting option for people who like world time watches. Chronograph. This for me is going to be a little bit of a no brainer. Um, I think you can see a lot of interesting pieces here that should be attractive to a number of people. I'm not into really futuristic horological machines. Um, yes, I appreciate the use of ceramic uh, in different color combinations as well, in different colors, I should say, by IWC as well. But in and of itself, I don't think that's deserving of the prize. Masena Lab is fine again. Very much the aesthetics of vintage Speedmaster. So I don't even know, what it involves to submit yourself for a prize with a design like this. I mean, do people have no shame at this point? But that being said, I think it's a no-brainer for me. It has to be the Navi Timer Cosmonaut limited edition that they reintroduced this year in a 41, so more classical case size with their beautiful BO2 manual hand-wound chronograph movement. This is, of course, the so-called Scott Carpenter. It was the 60th anniversary this year of his orbiting in space with this watch on his wrist. The first Swiss wristwatch, I should say, in space was a Breitling Navitimer with uh, that was special ordered by Scott Carpenter to have a 24-hour dial uh, for the express purpose, of course, of making this watch more usable, more useful in space, since he couldn't tell night from day there. So, hence the need for a 24-hour dial. So, this is a beautiful watch. Um, I think expresses wonderfully Navitimer's heritage in aviation and specifically space exploration. Uh, and it's a fantastic chronograph as well, thanks to that hand-wound caliber that powers it. Um, beautiful, beautiful piece. The divers watch category, again, a few very strong pieces. I think the Pelagos FXD was a fan favorite. Grand Seiko divers, especially in the spring drive versions, always have their own militants, and so does Doxa. For me, it has to be the Tudor Pelagos. Um, I like Pelagos pure and simple, but I think this was a nice iteration, different enough from what they already have. Um, I appreciate that they preserved the titanium aesthetic. Um, uh, did a few changes, I think the no date dial is great. The fully graduated bezel is great. I'm not that enamored with the FXD, um, what the FXD refers to, which is fixed lugs, for something that is not actually issued to you by the military and special forces. It just limits the watch in an unnecessary way, if you ask me. But it is what it is. Uh, every watch has some sort of a gimmick, guys. It's okay. It's a mechanical wristwatch after all. They have to be able to tell a story. They have to be able to have a selling point to convince more people who are not already sold on the idea to be interested in the first place. So if that's um, mil spec heritage that this model expresses in fact acquiring a new commission from Marine Nationale in our day, hey, why not? Why not? Why not have it also in a commercially available version? So this is my favorite of 2022 for the prize in the divers category. I mean, I have to say, by and large, it's very weak competition, frankly, at least in my view. Although the depth gauge that the RTA version has could have been interesting if it weren't expressed in such a uh, colorful way. Let me put it that way. But at least that's very unique. So that would be my um, runner-up, so to speak. The jewelry version for me, there's when there's a Bulgari in this category, I don't even feel like I need to look over anything else. Um, I have to say I really appreciate the métier d'art watches here, all these beautiful paintings and artworks. I do love the Kudoke. Uh, Sorry, those are artistic crafts. What am I talking about? Sorry, guys. Um, so any of the jewelry watches, if there's going to be a Bulgari Serpenti in the competition, I hardly need to look at anything else. Uh, the Tag Heuer entry is absolute bullshit. I don't even know why it belongs here. I suppose it's because they are inventive in having lab grown diamonds or something. I think that's the shtick there. Um, Great, good for them, but I don't see how it even belongs to this category. Anyway, it has to be the Serpenti Misteriosi. I mean, look at that. Pink gold set with stones, a diamond pave gold dial there in the uh, snake itself. I think this is an incredible piece. I think Serpenti as a design is really in its own league, anyways. So it is what it is. When it comes to artistic crafts, again, métier d'art, as we were just talking about, um, a lot of more intricate pieces and drawings, I guess, and I appreciate them all. But honestly, I'm more drawn to pieces like the Masséna Lab Habring 2 here, that has that beautiful guilloche work. I'm interested in the Kudoke Zodiac, the SJX edition. I'm more interested, finally, and this is perhaps my favorite actually, in BCHH, Celestial Voyager, um, Sunset over Cappadocia. Again, a beautiful expression and drawing of the world time that I adore, and that's just a lovely scene. Um, Again, I appreciate it, and I love again the unusual locations expressed there. Yeah. So for me, in this case, simplicity wins me over. I think it's a beautiful watch. I think it's a great example of the um, world time genre. I like the fact that it highlights different locations in this world rather than the usual, um, Western centers and other centers of capital. Not to say this is any better, right? This is all global touristic locations for the most part. Um, but hey, it's something different. Um, I don't know. I appreciate it. This is what I like. And BCHH stands for Benjamin Che, or Benjamin Chi. And of course, it's in collaboration with Anderson Genève, which was the other world time watch that I highlighted before. So I absolutely adore it. We are slowly coming to the end. You remember, guys, the petite aiguille category I highlighted specifically because it involves a project watch that emerged from within the internet community, really under the leadership of Bill Sanders from the Watch Art Sci channel, the art and science of watch collection, as he says. Um, And I think it's a beautiful watch. Uh, Also, not that it's necessarily uh, very reflective of my own taste, but I like everything that it expresses and puts together. From the teardrop lugs to the observatoire or observatory hands, the running seconds at 9 o'clock. I think this is just a beautiful dress watch with touches of modern design. And I just love the way they put this project together. Um, and I'm going to send a link into the chat there specifically um, for for the video in which Bill Sanders talks about this watch. It's not too long, and it's pretty impressive. I think the way he talks about the project. So I really appreciate it. I would love to have him on the channel to talk about the watch. I love the fact that they got this Aganaw movement made for them. It's really a fantastic project. So watch art sci on lyrique étude. Um, so you can check it out. Time, sorry, on another time perhaps. Here is yeah, the super ocean when it comes to the diver category. I mean, again, I don't even get why it deserves a look even, but I guess they put it here because this is the bronze version. So they thought it was something very original, I guess. Hey, it is what it is. I'm not gonna beat a dead horse, even the person who spent $5,000. Um, yeah, ultimately, yeah, I don't wanna even talk about the so-called super ocean anymore. I think there are better super ocean watches in the Breitling range. Heritage 2 certainly, with that wonderful mesh bracelet. Even the Heritage 57, with that concave bezel, at least those express something unique. Um, so when it comes to Petite Aiguille, right, this is basically watches under $12,000 roughly. Um, Honestly, I'm gonna be a little partisan, and I'll say Lyrique Etude. I do like the regulator um, dial layout by Louis Erard in collaboration with Messina Lab. You guys know that I have considered buying the team watch for Petronas because I think it's a beautiful watch. It's a unique use of that particular color rather than just making it yet another dial color. Um, and they have some legitimation, of course, because they have been working with Mercedes AMG for quite some time, and even with the Formula One team for quite a bit as well. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm a little biased, but honestly, except for the regulator dial, which has been an interest for me for a little while, I don't see anything that catches my attention. Of course, there are all sorts of very unique pieces here, you know, considered from various perspectives. Um, the spring drive GMT is nice. The Gelfman watch IN16, I guess, could be considered very unique. Again, not a genre of watch that I like. I'll send a quick link to what uh, I uh, I made a video about regulator watches in the past. Um, explain why they remain an influence even in modern time, even though they have their origins in um, horological workshops in the 19th century, as a point of reference to synchronize and regulate all watches according to that minute hand, right? That's given particular attention at the center of the dial. Um, so I'll share that link. But ultimately, my vote here goes to Lyric Etude by a long margin, really, because I think it's an exciting project. I like the fact that it can be a continuing project over time, that it can grow into something bigger, something different, something more long lasting than just one off. So hopefully they will gain some recognition, even if they might not necessarily win the category. Uh, the challenge. Guys, let me grab a quick drink of water again. I'm sorry to be taking so many breaks, but sometimes working on your own can be difficult. So hit the like button while you can, um, and I will grab a drink and be right back. We are back. We're back. JB was saying, I don't recognize those cities from the Andersen Genève uh, execution of World Time, which we have seen in two different versions, right? Initially in the ladies' complication with their own production, guilloche, center dial, and those beautiful baguette aquamarine for the bezel, and which we have also seen later in the métier d'art pieces, the artistic crafts pieces by Benjamin G. Of course, London is, obvious enough. Genève, Azores is Portuguese island. Moscow, Almaty is the capital of Kyrgyzstan, if I'm not mistaken. Um, Hanoi is I think it's the capital of Vietnam. I know it's a Vietnamese city, but uh, Seoul, of course, we know. Shanghai, we know. Sydney, we know. Auckland, New Zealand, Vanuatu. I, I know it should be. It's in Oceania as well, right? I don't know. I'm blanking out. Let's see. Yes, it is also an island in, well, it's like a collection of, it's an archipelago. It's a South Pacific Ocean nation made up roughly of 80 islands. Well, I mean, it's quite educational. Alaska, Aspen, Beverly Hills, Bora Bora, a lot of them are really uh, holiday locations than anything else. Acapulco, Santa, um, as far as I know, is it's a it's a Caribbean island, but I want to say, is it? Yeah, I'm not sure if it's if it's independent. I think it's still connected to France, technically. Um, though I don't know exactly about the legal status. I want to say it's like Martinique. It's like a department of, like an overseas department of France. Um, but hey, that's my knowledge of Saint Barth or Saint Barthélemy. Um, Ushuaia, I have no clue. New York, I know a thing or two about that one. Nizwa, no. Cappadocia is in Anatolia, in modern Turkey. It's this beautiful um, place in central Anatolia, if I'm not mistaken. Um, that has that has like that has these special rock formations. Um, and if I'm not mistaken, it also um, it also has an important place in the early history of Christianity, um, in the sense that a lot of persecuted Christians took took, sought refuge um, in in the mountains there and carved uh, houses for themselves. Um, that's as much as I know about Cappadocia, and I've never been, but I know it's quite beautiful, and I know that people um, take flight in air balloons there. So that's the scene this world timer depicts at its center. And I love it. I love it. I think it's very unique. Um, all of those, well, those two examples of the world time really um, push me to consider Anderson Genève more seriously. Bob says, I was wondering, no, 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 it's not off topic. I was just, that was my choice for the astronomical category, astronomy calendar category. I chose their platinum Luna Magna watch. Um, I love it. You know, I know at the end of the day, uh, nowadays it's just another Swiss brand. Perhaps you might think of that, but I like, you know, I like brands and houses that try to revive, try to interpret different traditions of horology, different ways of watchmaking. And Arnold and Son, I think, can be counted among those. So, you know, I like it. Um, I don't know their lineup front and back, to be really honest with you, Bob. But whenever I see a watch by them, like the Luna Magna, for example, it certainly catches my fancy. Um, it tickles my fancy, so to speak. So Petit Agree, we said it should go to the community watch, the community project led by Watch Artsai, Bill Sanders, and includes so many people who have developed the idea or participated in the development of the idea from that pure horology Facebook group, Lyrique Etude number one. Um, Challenge is an interesting category. Um, I think honestly, um, I I was torn between a few different pieces here. Uh, I think at the end of the day, I might be a little, yeah, simplistic and just go with um, the Chrono Tokyo, right? The calendar version. I think this is something that they will introduce soon, that they will make available again as a limited series. Um, I like it. Not a huge fan of the dial color per se, but beyond that, I really like the aesthetics of the watch. I think it is at once very unique and very much its own thing, but also quite classically recognizable, and I appreciate that. Um, yeah, so for me, that is my choice in the challenge category, and that's basically their budget category, right? Petit Agree was watches between 35,000, sorry, 3,500 Swiss francs all the way up to 12,000, I think. Challenge is basically anything under 3,500. So, um, mic check. It's using the computer microphone. No, maybe I'm just a little. I should raise the volume. I thought my voice was too high earlier when I was recording the video, so I turned it down. Can you hear me well? Can you hear me now? Is it better? Um, yeah, guys, in the meantime, if you have not hit the like button yet, please do because it really does help. Yeah, by the way, we completed our third hour. I appreciate your presence and support. Thank you. You know, at the end of the day, this channel is entirely self-sustaining, independent, autonomous, at the behest of its audience. So for you to be here is the most important thing. For you to make your interventions in the chat, reach out to me, um, you know, on Instagram, with emails, and here in the chat. That's the most essential thing. That's what keeps me going. So please stay in touch. Write to me in the comments, in the chat here. Write to me on email. Follow me on Instagram. Slide into my DMs there. That is my energy. That's what keeps me going. And I'm grateful for your support. And hit the like button. It gives me just a little bit more exposure. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do that. I'm here for you with watch content every day. And again, this is a very unique channel that's dedicated exclusively to watch talk. Everything is watch related here. We don't preoccupy ourselves with anything else. We're just here for the knowledge of and passion for wristwatches and barely anything else. Um, but that's also again, I will, yes, and I answer all your questions, not necessarily your prayers, but I interact with everyone. So you know, send the link to your friends. I produce every day, also nowadays every week, multiple times, shorter videos as well. Share some of those with your friends who don't know about this channel and help me expand the community because every single member matters to me and I show it in my actions as well, of course. But it also matters to me specifically because my goal is to reach 1,000 subscribers, so I can get monetized, so I can get something in exchange of the work and effort uh, and time I put into this channel. So I would really appreciate that. Um, Talk about the channel on other platforms, share the link on other platforms. That would really help. Ultimately, if you could, um, if you do want to contribute, again, this is a channel that's completely at the behest of its audience. It's not beholden to industry interests. It's not. Um, it's not uh, supported or controlled by any of these gray market profiteers. Uh, it's it's your channel, it's your platform, which also means that if you can already contribute uh, to um, to the cause, to help it remain self-sustaining, to help it remain independent, to help it remain autonomous, and to help it remain in your control, really. And you can do this with PayPal at lordellismontv@gmail.com, lordellismontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, $LHVVV, $LHVVV. Um, if you want me to guide you for your next watch purchase, if you want me to delve into the history of a particular brand that's your favorite, or look into the genealogy of a model that you're always interested in, but you couldn't research yourself necessarily, send me an email at lordellismonv@gmail.com with a contribution on PayPal or Cash App, and I'll be happy to do a video for you. I also have a Patreon, and I'm trying to raise contributions on it to help me dedicate more time to the channel. So, uh, in order to increase the quality and quantity of content on it. So, if you make regular contributions there, that would help me a great deal. And my immediate goal, and I'm a little far away from my fundraising goals there, is to have 2 extra live streams earlier in the day, at least twice a week, so I can uh, have more access, so I can interact more immediately with the audience in the UK, in continental Europe, and even in other parts of Americas for whom this show is either too late or too early. So I would really appreciate uh, any and every contributions, but if not, just hit the like button and share the link with others. I think that's a great help already. So mechanical clocks. This is an interesting genre. I have to say, I haven't spent much time thinking about this category, and it is the last category that we will discuss. But once again, I kind of like the BCHH because of the kind of futuristic look it has. And I want to read to you a little bit about it, about celestial infinity. Um, and honestly, with Benjamin Shi or Benjamin Shea, I don't even know how to pronounce it. I wasn't familiar with the work really, uh, and nor with the work of Anderson Genève really before this particular list of competition watches in GPHG, Grand Prix d'Horlogerie de Genève. So it's really an interesting coincidence that I ended up choosing a lot of watches by them. But let's read this. So BCHH Celestial Infinity was conceived and handcrafted in collaboration with AHCI master clockmaker Alessandro Rigotta in his atelier in Milan, combining the high craftsmanship arts of traditional Italian gemstone setting, carpentry, and leathercraft with the in-house developed astronomical complication and haute horlogerie finishing of the clock movement. The Celestial Infinity is produced in a limited concept series of 5 pieces, each with a unique constellation dial and finish. It is a 10-day spring-driven pendulum clock. Interesting detail there. The base movement is fully developed and produced in-house by Alessandro Rigotto. The astronomical complication is also fully developed and produced in-house by Alessandro Rigotto exclusively for ECHH. 100% made in Italy. One of the interesting and unique features is its train, which is actually an epicyclic, which is to say planetary gearing one. The motion work is based on the Ferguson mechanical paradox. I have no clue what that means, which avoids the need for a 12 to 1 gear train between the hour hand and the minute hand. All right, we should learn more about that. Another significant change compared to a traditional movement is the substitution of the metal case with 2 glass plates, which give an impression as if the clock mechanism is suspended mid-air. That was something you saw right here, right? Such a solution allows for the possibility to make the core element visible to the audience, inviting them to look at the clock differently from a new perspective, thus appreciating its pure mechanism and maybe discovering something new and intriguing for themselves. The Gram escapement is utilized to deliver a more precise performance. The invar pendulum is moved to the left side of the clockwork to enhance its aesthetic appeal. It was done for clock connoisseurs who never want to miss its content and gentle motion. Wow. it's really a fascinating piece, and that's the pendulum right there. The movement is 10-day mechanical spring-driven pendulum with the epicyclical train, gram deadbeat escapement, palladium-plated gears, mirror hand-polished arbors and columns, navy blue anodized arrow-shaped hands. The clock has two dials. The first one features the classic hands in its center, where hours and minutes are independent, thus making this timepiece unique to the market. The second dial on the right portrays a magnificent diamond sky. This is a very unique piece. I mean, it's also priced at 150,000 Swiss francs, but hey, it is what it is. Um, the stars are and constellations are comprised of high quality jewelry grade diamonds of different cartage. The astronomical complications of the planetarium allows one to admire the northern hemisphere constellations, making a complete rotation in 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds. It's pretty amazing. A certificate of authenticity for the diamonds will be provided. The number and purity of the diamonds are completely customizable according to the sky of the city chosen by the clients. Again, this will be 5 pieces basically. So more or less bespoke. Um, right. I mean, this is going to be very long, guys. So I'm gonna take a break from this. Maybe we'll return to it at some point. But BCHH, Celestial Infinity, I think, has to be my choice for this clock category because of the unique design and expression, but also in terms of the technology that is used that enhances both the design and the utility of the clock. And it has this kind of, again, retrofuturistic design, right? On the one hand, it looks like a piece of an old plane um, that is somehow used as a casing for a clock that is built um, with very modern principles and technological advancements. But there's a video apparently of it, so let's watch that. Yeah, I love it. It's it's really a unique piece. I mean, among everything, I think it really shines because again, it offers something different, and it's quite stunning as well. That's the leather part, and the constellation itself, of course, makes a turn, right? Um, and that's your view from of it from the northern hemisphere, as the text would say. Really amazing piece. Wow. Yeah, actually, now I'm intrigued about age, and can you see they actually have an entire line of those world time watches beyond the one uh, that is competing. Wow, I never knew this brand before, so it's fascinating for me that all the exceptional pieces, of course, the two of them actually made it to the competition in Grand Prix d'Horlogerie de Genève, the Sunset over Cappadocia, and the Celestial Infinity. There's also the Celestial Voyager that has a map of Europe, Asia, Africa, and Oceania. I think it's a beautiful piece as well. And apparently these are bespoke pieces. Um, the base price is 58,800 Swiss francs for the platinum, 55,800 for the pink gold, and you have some options for a bespoke city ring, bespoke dial, hand engraving on rotor. I mean, what else? Honestly, with all due respect, if I had the money, I would rather go for something like this than get another Patek Philippe World Time. That, of course, is the popular choice. Of course, is the predictable choice. Of course, it's one of the most beautiful and classically inclined choices, but this is a great option. Very unique. Yeah, love it. Love it. Pavel says, remember when, true as it ever was, what does that mean, Pavel? You lost me there. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about exactly. Um, yeah, man. The the days are past. I'm excommunicated now, so I have nothing to say about any of that. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of Benjamin Chi Haute Horlogerie. I want to read their story a little bit because, again, I haven't come across this brand before I was um, looking through the competing watches to prepare this program for you. Um, it was founded by BCHH was founded by Benjamin Chi Horlogerie in 2019 as his flagship brand, the foremost of his passion projects, encapsulating the ultimate expression of his vision of contemporary horlogerie. But who is Benjamin Chi? Can someone tell me who he is? With the unswerving ambition to create watches of manifest excellence, Benjamin sought out the finest artisans in their respective fields worldwide to help bring his vision to fruition. That's respectable. You remember we have been talking about this, right? Because that was the industry standard for most of the 20th century, right? A lot of these great brands, the so-called Big Four, Rolex, Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Audemars Piguet, actually sought out the best in each field and then assembled, uh, finished, uh, and finally presented those their designs to the end user, to the customer. The in-house theme is a very 21st century phenomenon. I'm not sure if I necessarily believe in its superiority. So whenever I see an independent brand that's transparent about the way they put their watches together and that actually entrusts experts and established leaders in each field to provide the best product for them according to their established standards, um, I always have almost immediate respect. The greatest master artisans in watchmaking, movement design, uh, finissage, enameling, silk embroidery, guillochage, precious stone cutting, and case finishing, among other artistic areas, have been united in one august cause that creates the finest watches in the world. The handcraft watches of BCHH are heirloom artworks of horology, exemplifying great rarity and exclusivity, meticulous attention to detail, exquisitely refined design, and incomparable quality. They represent centuries of artisan tradition in a multiplicity of artistic endeavors, and in some references, world firsts in watchmaking innovation. Now, um, love it, sure. It's a little bit overblown in terms of its presentation, but the designs we have seen, I think, were quite beautiful. All BCHH watches are handcrafted, assembled, regulated, and tested in the atelier of Sven Andersen, co-founder of the prestigious Académie horlogère des créateurs indépendants, that's AHCI, the horological or Academy of um, Horology. Okay, let's put it this way: Horological Academy of Independent Creators, AHCI, and undoubtedly one of the greatest living watchmakers of our time in Geneva, Switzerland. He worked for after 9 years of service at the Grand Complication Atelier of Patek Philippe. He is now in his 41st year as an independent watchmaker, which means Andersen has 5 decades of watchmaking experience under his belt. The after sales service is also handled by Andersen. The movements are built bespoke to their specifications by Andersen, again, finished to the highest degree possible. And they also have projects in collaboration with 8 other AHCI watchmakers in total. Cases and crowns are made by Voutilainen and Catin, excluding the Celestial Voyager, which is handcrafted by Sven Andersen. Professor, how are you?
Very good.
So
Good
nice
morning.
to see you. Good
Buongiorno.
morning.
Buenos dias. Buenas noches for you. Soon.
Yes, I mean it's. I
Mickey
think
Mouse.
no.
Mickey
Soon
Mouse.
it will be. Soon it will be Buenos dias because it's almost midnight. So we are getting there. Have you heard of this brand before? Benjamin Chi
Yes.
High Horology. Yeah.
Yeah. Serious
Oh,
guy. Swedish
yeah.
guy, right?
I mean, he's apparently a lot of his watches are made by Andersen, Sven Andersen.
Yeah.
So that's a Swedish guy. Benjamin Chi, I haven't known him before this.
Yeah,
But yeah.
serious people. They know their stuff. Very exclusive. How much are their watches now?
60,000, let's say, very
Yeah.
quickly.
Yeah, very expensive. I mean, at that level, it's okay.
Yeah, I
They're
mean,
very bespoke, very unique. Yeah, they're very
like
good.
to his credit, in the case of the World Times, he's not, at least he's not asking 60,000 for a run of the mill two-hander. You know, it actually has a cloisonné dial. You know, a very unique city ring. Looks like a beautifully hand finished movement. Um, so it is really a work of art. I'm not saying it's peanuts. You know, it's not small change, but uh, still, at least it's an interesting product. Um,
Yeah. Mm. But from the looks of it, when you
yes.
see it, the dial, it looks like a Patek. Sorry to say, to Mr. Anderson.
Oh, I think it looks better than a Patek.
For sure.
I
For
would love
sure.
to see it in person, of course, to say that with more confidence. But
Yeah.
um, on the screen, honestly, I mean that sunset over Cappadocia dial they had, I thought it was out of this world. Where is it?
Sunset over Cappadocia.
Yeah, this is it.
This is how they call it?
Yeah, look with the air balloon.
Cappadocia?
Yes, sir.
Ah, well, wow. So very interesting.
This doesn't look like Patek, does it?
This one, no. Yeah, the problem is that they have lined up the countries on the world timer. So
Mhm.
it's okay. So they put that. Why would they put Cappadocia?
I don't know. Maybe Mr. Chi had a nice trip to Anatolia at some point and visited that place and
That is
liked it.
really interesting.
I don't know.
This watch should be bought by everyone in Turkey.
Or I don't know. I mean, anyone who is interested
In balloons.
in those rock formations, in balloons, in the early history of Christianity, because that was a refuge, as you know, for many people who were persecuted, who carved
And it's
themselves.
very interesting. Okay, right. He has put, all right.
So it has the platinum version, it has the rose gold version. You can actually commission at an additional price a painting of your choice for the center of the dial. You can get the rotor engraved apparently, and you can get the city's ring customized as well.
So you can put your own city, like
Yeah,
whichever you
everything.
want.
But in general, I mean, I like the fact that it's just different. Like the standard Anderson one is it's very different than the Patek one. You know, it has cities that or locations that you don't find anywhere else, like Beverly Hills. Who writes Beverly Hills on a world time?
Yeah,
Istanbul,
well, if it's
less
bespoke,
common. Hmm.
uh, obviously you can put anything you want.
Yeah, but that's in the standard. You know, it has like Hanoi, Moscow, of course, Barbados, Aspen. You know, it's just a different choice. And again, I think
Aspen is for the
especially
skiing folk.
that's right. Especially, I think it's for mountain time, as JB is saying, but it's a way of distinguishing it from the Patek World Time, of course. Ultimately, that's what it is. You know, if you choose the same, usual suspects for the locations and you have a cloisonné dial, everyone will think it's a Patek copy, as if, like, that's the only world time ever produced. But
Well, it's the most popular, and people tend to just know two or three brands, unfortunately.
that's true. Um,
Yeah, I mean, if you go to we were talking about it the other day. No, you said it yesterday, Lord. You
yes,
said,
sir.
this is not a channel where you talk about the same brand and the same watch and again and again and again. I mean, people need to learn. I mean, that brand produces 10 models in different variations. I mean, here you have a masterpiece. we just so it's a masterpiece. It's not a watch for everyone, and at a certain point in life, you have to decide if you have the money. I mean, if I had the money of some of these guys profess to have in terms of watch collection,
Hmm.
I would not touch the same brand over and over again. I'll go into the abyss and discover these kind of micro brands that are unique. I mean, we're something that not a lot of people have. We're 8 billion people and we keep on buying, all of us, the same stuff. And nobody thinks outside of the box. Everybody thinks the same way. So, if you have this kind of money, 60,000 bucks plus,
Hmm.
you know, invest in something like that. Be unique. Unique as much as you can be. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, look, yeah, nowadays people are trying to be unique just like everyone else. So
but
we
they're
are we
not
are
unique.
totally different
Everybody's
to this
copying
world.
everybody else. Everybody copies
Absolutely.
what you say. You see it in another channel, and then everybody copies the other channel, and they turn it into whatever. People are not innovators. People don't think. They just copy.
That's
They
okay.
complain about the Chinese, but everybody in the West is copying each other.
Of
Nobody
course.
sits down to do the hard work. You produce a very nice analysis on the Seiko. I mean,
Hmm.
how many people do you think sit there to take the time and analyze this?
Not many, but that's what makes this channel different. And I'm glad at least some people like you recognize it. And it's, eventually it's gonna take off. I know it. I know it. Um, and I'm putting in the work, on a daily basis, and sometimes even more. So yeah, I look forward to seeing that growth. But you see, again, with the appearance of certain people, with the end of some other streams, people come here to just rage and write all bunch of ridiculous things. But that's okay. That's all right. We have at least another half hour to go. Big Meech is here rolling in with his sheep. Um, and the troll is here as well. Um,
Excellent.
Wonderful.
Where is Big Meech? Where is Ozzy? Where are these
All
guys?
the
I haven't seen these guys. What's
Yeah,
going
Big
on?
Meech. Big Meech has other priorities. Clearly,
Okay.
when it comes to Aussie, he's here. But today wasn't a good day, particularly for him, I guess. So he couldn't come. But I'm glad you're here, Professor. It was a little difficult for a little bit. I needed to take a few breaks because it's very hard to just do everything on your own. So yeah, so I actually, I did not know BCHH before this week. To prepare yesterday night's show, because I wasn't expecting you to come at the end. I was looking through the competing watches in GPHG, and I realized there are like two, three different things that I like by BCHH slash Andes Saint Genève, and I was like, okay, um, they must be getting something right. Who are these people? So I figure out uh, to tonight. Basically, it's a Chinese um, investor, basically Chinese enthusiast as well of watches, who established his independent brand, mostly collaborating with Sven Andersen in Geneva, but also other members of ACHI, the um, what is it? AHCI, Horological Academy of Independent Creators. And he creates these very bespoke pieces that are assembled, put together, and hand finished by Sven Andersen. And um, he's pretty transparent about where all the pieces are coming from, which is something I appreciate by these independent brands. They don't have to swear by this new revelation of vertical integration. Oh, we produce everything in house. They don't have to play
So
that.
what can you go through and show me at least where they produce everything?
It's in Geneva. It's in Sven Andersen's workshop, basically.
Everything is sourced from the same place?
Uh, the so here's the whole list. Movements. So everything is made in the Andersen atelier in Geneva. After sales service is also there. Movements are built bespoke to our specifications, says by Sven Andersen, finished to the highest degree wherever possible. They also have a number of other collaborative projects on the pipeline with other AHCI watchmakers. Um, Cases and crowns are made by Voutilainen and Catin,
Yeah.
excluding the Celestial Voyager, he says, which
Mm.
is handcrafted internally by Sven Andersen, um, who is responsible also for the plating of our upcoming proprietary hand-wound movement. So they're actually, in collaboration with Andersen, they're putting together a new hand-wound movement as well. Dials and hands are created by Comblemine, excluding Celestial Voyager, says again, handcrafted internally by Sven Andersen. And Comblemine is also Kari Voutilainen's workshop for dials and hands. The enamel dials are handcrafted by a tiny atelier they don't name of the highest level in
Yeah.
La Chaux-de-Fonds in Switzerland. And most of our watches feature superior finishing and proprietary complications exclusively designed and constructed for us. Our hand-stitched leather straps and handcrafted wooden presentation boxes are individually created, bespoke by artisans in both Switzerland and Singapore.
Okay. This is excellent because this basically tells you
Mm,
what is produced in Switzerland and what is not. And this is very common for most brands.
precisely. And by the way, they also had in one of the entries of the clocks at the end of GPHG, that was the last category we discussed. They had this very retrofuturistic desk clock made by a Milanese clockmaker for them, Alessandro Rigotto, also a member of the AHCI, apparently. We can take a look back there. They're working with a Chinese enamel artist as well, um, and someone who does silk embroidery, which I'm assuming is inside for the inside of the presentation boxes. And there's a Swiss guy called Till Kautz, who's a master carpenter who creates our bespoke wooden presentation boxes individually by hand. So it's like BCHH has its own Mike the Snake, who actually makes boxes with Chinese silk embroidery inside them. Nice. Yeah, so I like this level of transparency, but again, when you can just, laundry list some of the most important um, independent watchmakers, it's you have nothing to hide, right? Jake Brooks says Phantom is the name of Mike's boxes. That would be interesting.
What what do they have to do with this guy Mike?
What do you mean?
You referenced this guy Mike and the watch company. They
No, I mean,
produce watches.
well, Mike the Snake had promised, that was his entrance to the community. He had said that he's gonna make watch boxes, and he's gonna present the first example to the pontiff himself, so he can make a review. And he made. Um, sorry, Professor, could you perhaps turn off the volume of the phone that you're using to text? It's a little distracting, if you don't mind. Um, right. So he was going to make watch boxes, and he made no secret. He said, like, if Louis Vuitton and Goyard can sell these boxes for like, $5,000-6,000 at a pop, so can I. This is literally what he said. So we're still waiting for at least a prototype of some sort, some example of the work, but so far nothing.
Right. And you believe somebody who's called Mike the Snake will produce watch boxes?
No, I don't believe it at all,
Ah,
actually.
okay. Right. Okay.
It's just a running joke because he had promised this, and every time people, of course, try to give him a hard time, and he gets offended, so it's that kind of back and forth. I don't know what's going to happen. Ultimately, I think it's going to blow up somehow, but it's not going to produce um, anything in the form of watch boxes. That's for sure. So yeah, there was this clock they did as an exceptional piece. They call Celestial Infinity. That has like a 10-day spring-driven pendulum that powers it. Quite an interesting execution of the gear train that makes it look like it's suspended in air there. And again, a specific constellation based on the location of the city that's actually made by diamonds. So, very interesting piece. That's one of the competitors in the clocks category for the 2022, the Grand Prix. They have a little video of it as well. And those are apparently all diamonds of different kind of cartage. An interesting piece, I don't, except for certain pieces of Atmos by Gégé Lecoutre, I don't really get excited by clocks, but this is interesting. Yeah, but ultimately, of course, he himself remains a curator of some sort, right? Um, of course, Benjamin Chi is not a watchmaker himself, but he seems to be commissioning a lot of the important independent watchmakers of our time. And like you said, for people, for whom money is no object, this could be an interesting choice. Not necessarily the clock. I look at that more as a, just an eccentric piece, but the watches they produce in collaboration with Anderson, I think, are quite interesting. Quite compelling, I should say. Did you see the entry by Watch Art Side, Professor Sanders, and the kind of group project that he organized that made it to the Petite Aiguille in the Grand Prix?
No.
Okay, let me pull that up because that's an interesting project that basically emerged from a Facebook group that's um, of watch enthusiasts, much like us, who wanted to have a watch at a price point where such a watch is just not available. But they thought in the beginning that maybe if they put their minds together and reached out to certain um, independent makers, they could perhaps leverage something and put something together. And this is what they came up with. Lyrique is the name of their brand, and Etude number 1 is the name of this particular model. And it's a simple dress watch, with a little bit of a modernist touch, observatory hands, seconds on a subdial at 9 o'clock. The dial is made by Metallum. The case is made by Voutilainen and Catin. The movement is a hand-wound movement made for them by Agenor. And the hands are made by Fiedler, apparently. So again, somehow they put together all these pieces. It's a limited edition of 70, and they're each paying right under $10,000. I think that seems to be a good deal for the kind of watch that it is. Jake Brooks says, I bought a vintage Coke clock that I'm trying to get working. Just replaced the bulb. Non-luxury. Well, I mean, you gotta send a picture, man. Send me a picture on Instagram or via email so I can share it with the rest of the people here. So what do you think, Professor?
Basically you have more watches than the 2 or 3 brands.
Yeah,
Very nice.
I like the fact that they actually put their minds together and design something from scratch. I think most of the idea and initial design came from Bill Sanders himself, but they have tinkered with the elements. I would love to talk to him about it, but he also has a lot of informative videos and material about the process on his own channel, which um, I'll post the link actually. Um, I think I might as well just put his channel in my featured channels because I like it so much to begin with. So I'll just send a link here. Watch Art Sci. That's the channel / brains behind Eric Tud. Again, and this is supposed to be, yes, one of 70, and they're all sold out. But I think if they can make it, if they can at least attract some sort of interest, you know, they don't have to win necessarily. That can open the path for similar independent projects that again, I like the philosophy, right? You know, you basically coordinate elements between these different expert makers and produce a watch that would otherwise cost 3-4 times as much. I think if this dial said Urban Jurgensen or Andersen, it would probably cost at least 35,000-40,000, if not more. So I think this is a very interesting project. It's a very exciting initiative, and I hope more comes out of it over the next years, maybe even months, you know, because November 10, again, guys, the entries, well, the competitors were announced just a week ago, roughly. But the competition itself is going to unfold over the next few months with the winners announced on November 10 after the ceremony. Nice. Is this a wall clock, JB, or a desk clock? Things go better with Coke, it says. Let me see. I just downloaded it. I want to make sure that I don't expose any information. So let's pull that up. And it's in the, you know, the Arabic numerals are in the hype color of the season, Tiffany blue. Drink Coca-Cola. It's a wall clock for the garage. What is it missing exactly? You said you replaced the bulb. So what else is missing? Is it, I mean, I'm guessing it's some sort of, it has to be a battery, right? Is it in working condition, or do you have the skills to repair it, JB? No? Yes? Hey man, I'm one of those who say Pepsi is not okay. So if you're gonna drink soda, you might as well go with the better one. Few have seconds hands. Okay. All right. It's the bane of my existence, man, when it comes to quartz operated machinery. I actually would rather not have the ticking hand. It drives me insane. It might be my own existential anxiety, but I just can't take it. You know, that tick 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 every second, it just gets on my nerves all the time. So it's not really my thing, wall clocks or whatever, when it comes to quartz, I get agitated. Mm. All right, so we are driving to a close. Jonathan Quayle Higgins III. He says, Benjamin Chi from BCHH is watching your show right now. I have informed him. He will be very disappointed if he tunes in right now, because we started talking about Coke clocks. But yes, earlier I was saying that I appreciate his curational philosophy. I appreciate his approach to sourcing everything from the best makers and experts, um, and just the notion that you can present this with transparency and take pride in sharing your taste with the larger world of enthusiasts. And honestly, before I looked into the entries, the competition watches, when it comes to GPHG, that's when I first came across Benjamin Chi and BCHH. So for me, it was a pleasure to discover the brands. It was a revelation to discover that it is in such close collaboration with Sven Andersen. I particularly love the World Time watches. Um, that the clock, that celestial infinity clock, is basically the second time I ever got excited after I became a watch nerd about a clock, after the JLC Atmos. So I appreciate it, and I think especially the sunset over Cappadocia, which is a unique piece, and just the ability to order something like this bespoke with a specific drawing in the middle, and not just another part of the world map necessarily, even though those are just as beautiful. um, I think it's really fascinating, and World Time would be the kind of watch that you would want to customize, that you would want to bespeak, right? In terms of choosing different cities, in terms of maybe having a particular focus on the part of the world map that's near and dear to you, or maybe even choosing a specific location and memory and having that painted on the dial, which I think is the kind of story that Sunset over Cappadocia uh, depicts, and I love it. I love it, and I love the rotor and the way it's decorated as well. I would, yeah, I would love that. I wouldn't want to put him on the spot right now, but thanks for letting me know, Jonathan. I'll try to, um, I'll try to reach out to him, perhaps, and perhaps we can have him on the show one day. I would love to hear more about how, first of all, how he built his taste, because I really appreciate it, but also how he converted into this enterprise, because it takes not just good taste, but very good organization and management capability to,
Well, and money.
of course, of course. But a lot of people have,
Capability, there are plenty of capabilities.
Actually, there's a lot of money, Professor, but usually the two don't come together in a single person. So there are a lot of people who have more money than sense.
No, I disagree. I disagree. There are people that have capability and they have money, but the watch industry is not an industry to penetrate, and it has very high barriers to entry.
Mhm.
There are a lot of capable people who have money, but trying to get into this sector in Switzerland, the Swiss are not easy and they're meant to be difficult so that not everybody can enter. So, plus the passion, which is even more difficult to find. So,
Mhm.
from the three things, capability you can find, money you can find, but passion to get into the watch industry, it's not easy. And getting into the Swiss watch industry is not easy.
Well, I mean,
Just establishing a company takes you a very long time in Switzerland.
all the
Just
more,
having a bank account is
all the
not easy.
more, all the more reason to hear from Benjamin Chi. Um,
Yeah,
and
but whether
to
it's
learn
Benjamin Chi or whoever,
how
I
he
mean,
got,
it's not easy. Yeah.
yeah, how he got to where he is. I think it would be interesting to chart his voyage, so to speak. Jonathan Quayle Higgins says, we had him on the show months ago. I would love to watch that. And I have a Celestial Voyager on order with him since January. Well, congratulations, Jonathan. I hope you enjoy it in due time and wear it in good health. And thank you for dropping by again. I'll give it a few more minutes. The link is pinned, but I've also shared it there in the chat as well. This is a very small channel, and I wouldn't want to, um, you know, uh, put people on the spot without giving them advance notice. But I would love to have him in this last half hour of the show. Otherwise, I might just close. But we'll be here again. And worst case scenario, I will write to him, and we'll find we'll find a time that's best for everyone involved. But yes, see, not everyone is going for the sixth and seventh and eighth Rolex. Jonathan actually went with this brand and ordered their version of the world time, which is Celestial Voyager. So that's very exciting to hear. And I commend you on your taste, Jonathan.
But it's hard to believe that somebody who would buy the first watch for them to be this watch. I think
Oh
they
no,
have to be in the passion
Jonathan.
of
Jonathan has
watches.
a Jonathan has a very extensive collection.
Okay.
To my
Well,
knowledge, I don't know every single piece in it, but it's very, it's very eccentric. It's very eclectic, and it's a big collection. So certainly there's room for something that's a little bit different, unique, and bespoke. So
right, right, right.
let's see. JB says to JQH, it's an amazing piece. Did you customize the dial? And Jonathan says, I customized the dial, city ring, and the guillochage of the rotor. Wow, nice. When you say the guillochage of the rotor, um, Jonathan, did you choose another pattern or simply integrated some message or maybe your initials onto the rotor as it is designed here? And the watch is still in the making. Yeah, I mean, you just ordered in January. I'm trying to be a little understanding of the process and time that this kind of project takes. Um, I wonder also how many watches are produced in this way. I'm sure Anderson himself is not a very does not have a lot of volume. Maybe, you know, less than 1,000 for sure, but oh my God, it's it's even less. Right. It's like Anderson produces apparently what, less than 20 pieces a year? A total of 1,500 in his, you know, more than 4 decades of independent watchmaking. So I'm sure this is again very, very exclusive. Yeah, I mean, look, I think it was beautiful to see this in the what was it? Let me remind myself again. I know for a fact that the Anderson version of it was in the ladies' complication with the baguette aquamarine bezel, the Tempus Terrae, and then ECHH had the Métier d'Art category with Celestial Voyager Sunset over Cappadocia, which was my favorite in this category. And then BCHH also had mechanical clock with Celestial Infinity as well, which I think is again the most unique and innovative among this these 9 watches, or 12 rather, clocks, I should say also. Jonathan says nothing eccentric about me. All right. You have an absolute right to defend yourself, Jonathan, and define yourself. I didn't mean it in a bad way, just so you know. But hey, if you rather say you're a conservative rather than an eccentric, be my guest. It's your right. But I think it's lagging a little bit. So he's responding to something that was said a little while ago. Well, yeah, a lot of interesting entries, a lot of exciting watches. I think there's something for everyone in each category. Um, and I don't know, some of the categories I never quite understood. I think challenge and petite aiguille are great categories. Of course, you know, man's complication, woman's complication, jewelry. All these are very established categories. Métier d'art. Um, you know, what else is there? The astronomical complication one. I think there's some, yeah, the diver and chronograph separately. I don't know. I feel like they should somehow merge, maybe like have a sports watch category of some sort. I don't know. What do you think about the categories of GPHG, Professor? Do you have any suggestions? Do you have any vision for it? Any new categories, maybe?
No, no.
You think they're fine as it is?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a lot.
There are too many to begin with, you're saying?
I think so. There are too many subcategories, you know.
Mm,
If you take it on the basis of the movement, you know,
mm,
innovation of the movement and all that, but then of course you alienate a lot of the commercial
mm,
watches, a lot of the mass-produced watches. So if you base it on innovation, you'll probably have, 5 watches or 5 watchmakers. Whilst if you base it on categories, divers, chronographs, so forth,
Mm.
complication, super complication, all that, then you allow for a lot of others to be involved. Yeah, a very beautiful watch. I mean, unique. I think this is a unique piece.
Yeah, this is the Anderson Genève, the jumping hour piece, and apparently Jonathan will have the rotor of his Celestial Voyager um, done hand guilloché in this motif rather than the standard that it comes with, which is very nice and very unique motif. I like the color too. I think, um, especially on a rotor where it will be more discreet. I think this is a very unique piece.
Yeah, these are fantastic pieces because it's you know, you'll never see them again.
Right. The Yeah, you won't be. I think that's usually the what is it, the nightmare of women usually, to see the same dress on someone else, right? I think men have less problems with that in general, but it should be quite nice to have a bespoke watch, a unique piece, one of a kind, pièce unique, whatever you want to call it, that you will simply not find anywhere else. I think that's very nice and very, uh, that's a kind of grail, right? People talk about um, grails all the time. I think that's very unique when it comes to the world of watches, and I think a lot of people would prefer that.
I don't know, would people prefer that? I think it's a different audience,
Mm,
um, Lord, because if you take these watches and present them to all these so-called watch enthusiasts of the YouTube environment,
mhm.
these guys don't understand.
To be absolutely
Uh,
fair, by the
these
way, I mean,
are supermarket people.
well, to be absolutely honest, if I had right now $60,000 to spend on a watch, I think I would get a double red sea dweller in the best condition that I could find with that money, rather than go for this. So maybe I'm one of those supermarket people as well, but I understand the appeal of a bespoke watch, especially from a maker like this.
No, no, no. Let me qualify this. So the people that 95% of the people on YouTube who talk about watches speak about the same brand, but for new pieces.
Hmm.
They talk about the latest, right? So they would talk about whatever is now for a year or two.
Hmm.
You're going back to vintage. None of these guys talk about vintage,
Mm.
right? So the comment is that most people do not even touch the vintage world of even Rolex.
Right.
If you ask them the double red what it is, they'll probably think it's a pizza.
Well,
So no, I think there is a lot of value to go vintage expensive as long as you know what you're buying.
Mhm.
I was at an auction with some of these pieces there being auctioned, and they would easily fetch 150 and 200,000 and so forth, and people would buy them, and I wouldn't have a problem buying these watches if I had the money. But this
Right.
is a very different group. The group I'm referring to is, hi, I have the latest Rolex, or I have the Panda and Manda and Fanda and all of that, which doesn't mean anything. You know, for me, these are the, let's say, the nouveau riche of the watch world. These are people
Right.
who made money, and this is what they know. These
Right.
people would never go for a watch like this, or even a vintage Rolex,
Well, I mean,
because it doesn't appeal, and also they don't understand. It takes time to have the culture to understand these pieces.
I think they simply don't understand, and they have interesting and very psychological and emotional defense mechanisms when it comes to it as well. Because when you talk to people about vintage watches, they repeat the same 2 3 sentences over and over again. In this particular community, they keep saying it's a it's a minefield. uh, I don't know what I'm looking at. They feel like toys. Even though the funny thing is, of course, if anything feels like toys, I think it's the contemporary Rolex that feel like, basically expensive, bloated replicas of what the originals were. So that to me is a toy, not because it doesn't feel, like a lot of weight in your hands. I mean, it's stainless steel after all. It's not a precious metal watch. Of course, it's not gonna weigh a ton. Um, but anyway, so you have like these same tired 2 3 sentences coming up. It's a minefield. They feel like toys. They are damaged watches, so on and so forth. And it's mostly a defense mechanism because they know that they don't know, and they know they have nothing intelligent to say. So they will cover it up by using the same tired phrases over and over. Jonathan
I mean,
says they.
yeah, these are magnificent watches. I mean, the one that you have there is a magnificent watch. It's a piece of art rather than a watch.
Mm,
So you're wearing a piece of art. If you have the money for, I mean, this is fantastic. I also agree with you that if you have the money and it's not limitless, certainly, Lord, I would probably opt for the same thing. I would go and buy a vintage. I mean, I wouldn't buy a Sea Dweller or a Sub. I would probably buy something else that is vintage from the same brand.
mhm.
But I mean, I have a certain fascination for the exotics of the Daytona, the old ones, right, of the 1960s, late 60s, early 70s.
Mhm.
I cannot afford them, but I would probably go for that, or maybe something a bit later, late 70s. But I don't have that kind of money. If I had that kind of money, I would opt for that. And if I had more money, I would go for the more bespoke, because people, it's a two-way thing, you know. You need to help these people, but also they need to help you appreciate the value. You know, it takes a lot of time, first of all, to put up a watch company of this kind. So the founder, both the watchmaker, but also the founder, Chi or she, right? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. You know,
Me
it takes
neither.
time to put together a company like that. Just sourcing the dial, sourcing the color,
Mm.
sourcing the material, it takes a hell of a time.
Right.
Rolex is
So
a
the
supermarket.
rotor is going to be blue gold, as I think it was the case with this dial, of course, but
Yeah,
also the rotor
I,
that's already in the Celestial Voyager
yeah. I
watch.
mean, if blue gold, I mean, good luck. You know, and say, let me finish with this and say that, you know, Rolex is a very good watch, but it's a supermarket watch. And that's it. I mean, you buy the supermarket. It's a good supermarket. It's a good Toyota Corolla. It's a good Toyota. It will last you forever. Very
Hmm.
good watch, right? These are exclusive watches. It's, I mean, there is the there is everybody, and then there are these guys that are somewhere up there floating, you know. And that's what you buy. You buy the exclusivity, you buy the time, you buy the appreciation, you buy everything that goes into this. I mean, the guy was working in the Haute Complication at the Patek for how many years? 14 years?
No,
This Anderson guy.
he worked there for 9 years. He has been an
Okay.
independent watchmaker for 41 years, and he was one
Okay.
of the people who
So
established.
probably exactly. This guy is into his 70s, so he has maybe another 5, 6, 7 years until he kicks the can. So, you're buying into a Picasso. You're buying into a Picasso. The other one is it's a supermarket. Good watch. This is what people know. You pay $10,000, you get a supermarket watch. It's a good watch, no doubt. Sorry for those who have just Rolex or Omega. I mean, these are very good brands, but you know, uh, these exclusive pieces are just fantastic. And I appreciate the person that goes into putting together this. It's not just a watchmaker because the financing, the structuring that goes into formulating a company that produces watches, to me, is something like the Holy Grail. It is exceptionally difficult. The Swiss are not easy. Even for the Swiss, the Swiss are not easy. So
Yeah.
it's like me going to Wall Street, trying to
Yes.
tell them I'm going to set up an investment bank called Professor
So
Bank.
Jonathan is trying to talk about how he came across the brand for the first time. He saw an article on monochrome and instantly fell in love. I contacted Benjamin Chi, and there we are. I talked a lot about it on my channel. And Jake says, it's awesome. I bet you're excited to have it. And Jonathan says, you betcha. What's the what's the time for delivery? What's the prediction? What's the commitment? Is it going to be by the end of the year? Is it going to be later? I mean, again, I'm
Eh,
guessing only about a dozen to 20 watches altogether leave that atelier to begin with. So it must be, it can be maybe even next year. Who knows?
So imagine the marketing ploy of some of these brands, Rolex, for instance, that says it takes a year to produce your watch. I mean, and it takes a year to produce this watch that we have in front of us. Um, you know, Compare and contrast the two and have your own conclusions. Which one would you rather have?
Well, I mean, there are many ways of counting, as you know, Professor. So a year can mean that, your watch languishes somewhere, just sits and percolates or gestates or whatever you want to say, brews, and then somehow it's put together at the end of the year. And then, people get the impression when they say, well, your watch is put together in a year, they feel like someone is doing something to that watch, I guess, and something significant throughout the year at each moment. I don't think there are makers like that that are more than a dozen, maybe all over the world, but it's certainly not Rolex, that makes
No,
more than a
exactly,
million
exactly.
watches.
No, Rolex produces 10,000 watches a week, even more now. So let's be realistic as to, oh my God, I have this. It's again, very good watch. Toyota, very good car, very good car.
Of course.
Sorry for the, let's say pseudo analogy between cars and watches, but it is what it is. And brands like this um, have to be cherished because you need to be, first of all, not only an entrepreneur, but you need to be really passionate, really, really passionate. Because I've tried to do it myself, and you have to really have the passion. The founder of this company must be really unique. And it takes a unique person to put together a company like this.
Of course.
So kudos, and félicitations to people like them who put together such a conglomeration of parts and thinking.
Yeah, it's fascinating, and I love the ones that have the baguette diamonds or baguette aquamarine on the bezel as well. It's a very unique piece.
Okay, I wouldn't put diamonds myself. I find it a little bit too bling bling, but that's probably for you guys in America that or the Middle Easterners who like the bling bling.
I
Um,
I love the fact that you think that $60,000+ watch is not bling bling in and of itself,
Nobody
and that
knows it,
just the
Lord.
diamonds make it.
Nobody knows it
Um,
except you. No, nobody knows that it's at 60,000. You wear, for instance, you will be under greater risk if you wear my watch or I have your watch, which has a Cyclops, and
mhm.
getting robbed somewhere central centrally located in the US or Europe than if you wear this watch. This watch, nobody knows what it is. You go unnoticed.
Yeah, without the diamonds, you're
Yeah,
right. You're right.
yeah. Without the diamonds, nobody cares. But you wear the Rolex with the Cyclops. That's a trademark for robbery.
That's true.
So you're right. Go with the Sea Dweller, vintage Sea Dweller. You might be better off. I think the Cyclops is it's what gives it away. And I have friends who opt for a piece without the Cyclops because of the trademark of what it means.
Right. I think part of it is also, I've spoken about this a few times in the past, and I guess this could be a good way to end today as well. That the everything together, the Cyclops, the Oyster bracelet or the Jubilee bracelet, depending on the model, how the watch comes together, I think as a holistic look, makes it very identifiable. I feel a lot of times when I wear my Rolexes on leather straps, which is what I do for the most part, they fly under the radar. And that wasn't originally one of the reasons that I did that. For me, it was really mostly about stylistic expression and just getting different looks and different emotions out of my watches. But ultimately, I realized that this is one reason that people don't usually recognize the watches on my wrist, even though they are some of the most iconic um, watches in the Rolex universe. Like Submariner, GMT Master, Explorer 2, Datejust. But 80% of the time, I just wear them on a leather strap and no one even bats an eye. Unless, again, uh, they know. Unless you are getting the good kind of attention, a lot of times just popping it out of that bracelet gives you that sort of option. Yeah, I mean, it could be great if Ben is in the chat and wants to somehow join us, even if it's just to say hello. But I think otherwise, I'm just gonna close because it's been 4.5 hours now, and it's half an hour past midnight here. So even I need to uh, catch some Z's eventually. Um, but yeah, I also love the contours of this case. So I'm glad um, they have stuck with Anderson for case making on this particular piece as well. It's it's very nice. Fury. Fury. I don't know who Fury is, but I'm sure he is up to no good. He says, Higgins, hopefully you will join LHV on his show sometime soon. Would enjoy hearing a conversation between two classy gentlemen with a great deal of watch knowledge. Um, sure. And Jonathan says, watch should have been ready by now, but dial cracked during printing. I'm sorry about
Hmm.
that. So starting all over again with the Clausonet dial. All right. All right. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad they're fixing it and have found a solution to it. Um, all right. Well, we'll have to we'll have to host Mr. Chi another day. If he's in the chat again, um, my congratulations to him for having put together this enterprise, for having created a brand that already is competing at the high level like this, um, and having also, created this entire collection between the world time and the clock that are competing in the competition. There were also many other unique designs that we can take a look at over the next few days and weeks and learn more about. And if you want to drop by, Mr. Chi, if you're in the chat now, I would love that. If not, I will reach out to you and we will probably find a time. Guys, with that being said, hit the like button on your way out. We are gone for the day. Thank you, El Professor, for coming in and helping me out. It's always much appreciated. Um, Otherwise, guys, we're here for Watch Talk every day. Please subscribe, spread the word, share the link. It really does help. Of course, my immediate goal is to reach 1,000 subscribers and um, get the channel monetized. There are already a few ways where you can help. It's included in the video description. It's included in that crawling ticker. And I've also posted the links right there. Fury says, no, I've been a viewer of yours in the background for a while. Um, I don't know, man. Your account was established 8 days ago. So if 8 days is a while for you, you're in for a long ride. So happy to have you. Subscribe and be my guest. You have a place on my head, as one says in the Middle East. So you're a fan. That's great. We need more of people like Fury. Subscribe, spread the word, and contribute in any way you can, at least by clicking the like button. But any other contributions are more than welcome as well. Thank you, guys. Have a great night. Have a great day wherever you are. Enjoy your watches. Wear them with pride. And I will see you tomorrow. Until then,